I'd like to give a round of applause to our department heads
council members.
before this happens. So thank you for all your hard work.
Goes for the pledge.
And I'll
Oh, funny.
have a little fun. We're starting with budget, and we're looking forward to it. So I'm going to turn this over to Lori. And what we need to do and what we'd like to do is be to the point and efficient so we can get through this in our allotted time. And I think Lori and Mark have set that up in that fashion. Lori.
Sure. So this is the beginning of budget season. This is our chance, the next couple of council or committee of the whole meetings, to have a discussion between council and the department head staff to talk about budget ideas, initiatives, and priorities. This is an opportunity for us to get on the same page before we start putting
You
the
only have
numbers
3
together.
minutes.
I'm
I'm
almost
just
done.
teasing.
So tonight, it's the department heads that will show you what they think the budget initiatives or priorities are for their department. And then you will have a chance at the next meeting to discuss that a little bit and also offer up any other ideas, initiatives, or priorities that we should be thinking about as we go into budget season. And with that, we're just going to start right at the top of your memo list. So Diane, I think the clerk is the first on the list. Everyone has just a page or two to show you and bullet points to go through the memos that they provided.
10 minutes
Or less.
or less, okay. I am going to put you on a clock.
When will finance go then? And city administrator stuff, budget. They were before me in the lineup, but I can go.
Yeah.
You're first in the memorandum.
Have a slide to put up?
Yeah, but in the packet, the first one was, oh, that's just your memo.
That's just the
The
background.
first one, I did the memo, now you have to do the first
Yeah.
one.
No, I've got
I
it.
was wondering what you were talking about too, Naomi.
Yeah, because I have you
I was
on here
thinking
first.
you were first. I apologize, everybody.
And while she's loading that for the.
You've already lost 1 minute. No, just kidding.
Mine is quick, but there it goes, there it goes. Mine is quick. So let me put the slide. Slideshow, make it bigger. Okay. What happened to my words?
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you, everybody, and good evening. So the clerk's department has two priorities. We are looking at purchasing Badger books this year, and so we would have them available for use at the polls next year. But one of the, if you look at the picture on the screen, the top picture, that's the basic setup for Badger books. And we were going to get 5 Badger books for each poll. However, the library, we're at capacity now with our paper poll books and all the equipment that's in there and the absentee voting process, the chief's table, and so forth. So Badger books, we're looking at 5 Badger books for each poll, and that's based on number of voters. And so I've got nowhere to put 5 in there. So I do not have a budget amount, but I'm going to need to look at moving the library poll, the District 4 poll, to a building that would be large enough to accommodate the extra equipment and the extra poll workers. And so I don't know what building that would be because I have not gone out to see what city buildings are in District 4. And if there isn't a city building that can accommodate that, then I might have to look at renting space, and I don't really even know if there's any of that available. My other thought was moving the District 4 poll into the community center on the lower level, but that would, of course, take away space from Park and Rec and their programs, because we're already taking the top floor space. But the other big problem would be parking, because we've got over 3,000 registered voters at each of the polls, and I'm not sure we could accommodate the parking if I've got 2 polls out of that building. So there's some research that has to go in this, but it is a budget priority and something I have to look at and would bring more information forward.
Are we allowed to talk or just listen?
Right now, our goal is to listen, and when she's done, if in each person, we can make a quick comment, but the interaction will be at another meeting.
So the second budget priority is, I'm looking for really a smaller budget increase, and I've estimated $3,000 for since I've been here, 20 years, we have not compensated poll workers for the mandatory training that is required for them to take, nor have we provided any of our volunteers at the polls when they process the absentee ballots, any compensation. And then we have 6 to 8 volunteers a day in the office to help us with absentee voting for the larger elections. And I don't provide them with any snacks or any waters or a soda or coffee. And I just think it would go a long way to thank them, to just give them a very small amount for appreciation. So I'm looking at $25 a poll worker for the mandatory training. And the training takes 2 to 2.5 hours at least, and it can be longer. It can go up to 3 hours. And when they're in the office, you know, I think it's a long day for them if they're there 8 hours, and just to provide them a little bit of, you know, refreshments would be a nice thing to do. So those are my 2 priorities, and I hope my memo and the little bit I've said here explains it well enough for you.
We have just another minute or two if you want to ask a quick question.
You were talking about finding a spot in District 4.
Yes.
We have East Campus, we have the high school, we have the Oconomowoc, Western Lakes Building, and Silver Lake Elementary, or not Silver Lake Intermediate. I mean, those are some pretty good-sized buildings in District 4.
There are some, I guess, some restrictions with the schools. Once COVID hit, they're not allowing us to come back in their buildings. Now, they may have changed their minds, but, and of safety.
Okay.
I thought the firehouse was District 2.
I thought the firehouse was District 4 because the resident right next to them is in our district.
Well, and I think the point is that,
We'd have to look.
I think the point is that we have, if any of the aldermen have some ideas, if you can please let Diane know, that would be great.
Right.
School systems are a challenge, and I don't think that's going to be an option. I agree. But it's something that we still don't have a solution for. So if you have some ideas, please let Diane know. Maybe there's something we haven't selected.
Right, so, okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's get this off. I'll close mine, okay. There we go.
All right, thanks. I'll try to be just as quick, discussing for some priorities for Public Works. I shared with this one last year. I just want to give you a quick update and why it's a priority again still. Lapham Street Bridge replacement, we've gone through some of the process on this job and this project in the relationship of the design and the public involvement on this. Really trying to continue this effort. It's a great project so far, great grant funding for this, as they have been cooperative in a lot of the communications and helping us through the process. It's a 100% grant that they will be replacing this bridge for. Again, it's just the single lane steel bridge, and we'll be widening it to a bi-directional bridge with sidewalk. And the reason I got this is we've kind of advanced and we've worked with the state. One of the variables last year was not knowing how far they were going to pay for their grant on the tapers of the road coming into the bridge. So we've taken the maximum amount, and they have approved up to 300 total feet, so 150 on either side, and then the city would be responsible for the balance of the road improvement outside of that. So that's what we're working with right now, is extending this road section with the subdivision to the south all the way up to Washington Street. Again, we're right about in the middle of some of this work in the design throughout this year. We're still working on completing that and working with the DOT to get that for next year's construction. Street improvements will probably be always one of our priorities, always has been. We try to maintain a 5-year plan. Some of the work that's being reviewed right now for 2025 is down Silver Lake, Lapham Street, Second Street and Allen, those are some of the big pieces on this project for next year. So again, I've shared this before with you. You know, we've got quite a bit of infrastructure in place. It's a very valuable piece to maintain, so it'll probably be always one of my priorities. Again, I think we have been trying to continue this effort of extending Lake Bluff Drive, or the thought of it. So there's still some pieces inside of this that I'm looking to review. Similar with WSDOT, working with the state, they are looking to put a project together. It's not for a little while yet, but there's still a lot of time that the state really sets out in place for work on their state highways. Wisconsin Avenue has a similar cross-section, this concrete, if you can picture out in front of McDonald's. This piece in red is city portion, but it is still built with the same infrastructure, same concrete that the DOT will be improving. So we've been trying to work with them and their engineers to continue that improvement till it transitions into the asphalt. So there's a small section in there that I was looking to also include into some of the design work in 2025, possibly 26. The state has indicated they're looking to do this work in 27.
Any quick comments, Alderman Mulder?
Could you go back to the map of the Lake Bluff where you had that? So what, I know there's that wetlands across the Rosenau Creek, which is the potential issue. What do you think, any idea of how much of a impediment that's gonna be to getting that go through there? Is that just a technicality, we just need to work with the state, or what are?
That'll take
What are your
a
actual thoughts?
state review along with the DNR. There is a culvert pipe in that area. I think it would have to be expanded. It's all designed, actually.
Okay.
So it will take an approval through their permitting process to get that. So that's, you know, a discussion that needs to be had on this council floor on how far you would like to take this.
Where does this come out on 67? Is that right by that daycare?
Yep.
Yes.
Daycare's right here.
Okay, yeah.
You can kind of see the road itself, really, if you look at it
Yeah,
close.
it's already stubbed in off of the
Yep.
old highway there.
Alderman Muller, to further the response from Jason, currently the personnel are at the DNR that would be approving this, that actually worked with us on Thackeray Trail.
Okay.
And we had to go through 400 feet of wetlands on that one. So if we could get moving on this, we have personnel at the DNR that were open and receptive to working with us to get these projects done, so.
Any other quick question? Go ahead.
In that corner there to the upper right of the red line, that's city property right through there,
Correct.
right?
Correct,
Is that-
yes.
This is, yeah, city right of way, city property, yep.
And so that little triangle arrow piece, that's city property, right?
This is city.
That's a pond that
That's their
belongs
HOA
to the subdivision.
But we own right, but the land around it we own, right?
Correct.
That,
Right in here, yep.
Where's the connection to the town road? Isn't that right up in the kind of middle top corner there?
Right there, yeah.
No,
You're saying the new one?
So Parkview Lane, up to your right,
It's got just,
up.
On the other side
Oh,
of the little.
stop, come
lake
down a
pond.
little. Okay, stop and go right. We'll do an etch a sketch, stop, come down, boom, right there.
no,
what's that? Where it ends?
no. It's further, you gotta follow that road up. That's,
Yep, up to the right.
Oh, up to where it's gated off?
right, because it's.
You know
it's
where the
connect-
gate is
it's-
up
No,
there?
right
The road
here.
connects to the city road. It's just blocked off.
Right.
Oh,
He's
that's
talking
over,
about
that's
Parkview,
right here.
Right there.
Right.
So it's gated off, there's a grade difference between the two, and that was an agreement between the city and the town some time ago that, long time ago, that they didn't want to see that connection made until the bypass was in and Lake Bluff Drive was connected, because they didn't want the shortcut going through the residential subdivision. Burtonwood Heights.
Yeah.
So technically, once we get Lake Bluff Drive connected, we should be able to then have that discussion to make that connection there.
Or they
One
could be
last
done
question.
simultaneously.
Does the city own any property that hits Crystal Lake, giving us rights to the lake, or is that
There's, that piece right there is cities.
That's city.
what's called Crystal Lake? Okay.
Okay, any other questions?
Andy?
Alderman Maroney, sorry, I missed you.
Lapham Street Bridge, if you go back there, we are gonna open the gate once the road construction is complete, once the bridge is complete, is that correct?
That's been the last direction from council, yeah.
Okay, just making sure.
That's District 3 now, right?
That'll
It
go
is.
into 3.
Yeah, we took them over.
Okay,
They've
I've
been
getting
annexed.
calls, so they're aware.
Yep, they are.
Mr. Duffy, you're next.
I still tell them to call you though, Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Herzog.
And for any of the department heads that don't have anything to do after their presentation and this part's over, you're obviously free to leave.
I can leave.
I said department heads?
Get your car under in the garage.
So I have 5 different things, 2 of them for economic development, 2 of them tourism, 1 of them for globally for the city. And I'll go through those individually. One of those implement the East Wisconsin Avenue Area Gateway. As you recall, the council worked strategically to identify the design overlay district for this area. We often try to look farther out to be able to encourage development or redevelopment. I bring this up because we also engage UWM to identify an overall vision for this area. This area, based on those design overlay guidelines, has vested rights. I bring that up also because you created a ratio recently of which somebody could come forward as it relates to a development here, and you may have that same conversation come up into the future of do they have vested rights? So you may want to look at in 2025, adding some language to the policy considering redevelopment projects within areas you've identified zoning to be appropriate for that use. Obviously, the key, continue to work with the key areas that we're continuing to see for development in the city. Olympia Fields, Old Highlander, as well as what's happening out in the Paps Farms. I would look to continue that regional collaboration with Waukesha County Center for Growth. As has been talked about, Southeastern Wisconsin has been identified as a regional tech hub. I think it is in our best interest to be part of that, be active in that discussion. We already have Wingspan coming in to propose 380,000 square feet of innovation incubation area, as well as HSA, who's looking to get a 200,000+ square foot building. The more we can be in tune with that, we can hopefully start to drive the types of businesses or innovative types of businesses we want here in this community through those collaborations. Obviously, next year is going to be a big deal from a tourism perspective related to the 150th anniversary. So we're currently continuing to plan things for celebrations throughout that whole year, starting on January 14th, which is the first council meeting, which we envision you doing a proclamation or a resolution. The actual birthday of the city is the 16th of January to kick off those annual events that'll continue to happen. The other thing that is being looked at is Independence Day weekend, a hometown celebration really to make that the celebration for the community. Lastly, the Economic Development Tourism Department becomes the entity that is the webmaster and social media piece. We're running into components of as we add different elements, as the accessibility guidelines change related to websites. Also, the city is continuing to move from a technology standpoint, from the agenda piece tied to video, tied to minutes. That is often a time where we're going to need to, again, upgrade the city's website to be able to do that. So, and again, that's a citywide organizational component to be able to likely budget dollars for the IT fund to be able to do that. So, what I got.
Questions, comments from Mr. Duffy? great. Let's move on to Mr. Posnick. Or without any objection, we should move HR last, so they have to sit here.
I don't spend any money, though.
If I'd known you guys weren't gonna ask Bob questions, I would've knocked 30 minutes off of this meeting.
So,
And if we are moving, if we're ahead of schedule a little bit, everybody, and you have some questions you're jotting down yourself, we can open it up to anybody, so be prepared, folks.
good evening, council. For HR, I just have 3 items, no fancy slides or nothing. So the number 1 item I have is for council to keep wages and benefits competitive. You've heard that before. As a council and HR, it's one of the most important things we can do. And I say this because the city's employment base is heavy in skilled, semi-skilled, technical, and professional positions. We hire a lot of skilled and professional positions. So there is much competition for these positions, and I see it in our latest recruiting. And the key to hiring these positions and retaining these people are to maintain competitive wages and benefits. From our experience, our benefits are good, it's just we have to keep our wages competitive. In addition, we are projecting in the next 1 to 5 years to replace many key leadership positions due to some retirements. So the key to doing that and to finding some qualified people is to keep those wages competitive. And also a good reputation for the city. And then lastly, unfortunately for all of us, including you and your families, inflation obviously is one of the biggest things that all of us are experiencing. We call it a wage increase, however, it's a cost of living increase to help maintain these things. So for 2025, I don't have a number to give you. We're going to do the same, similar to last year. We need more data to collect CPI, budget constraints, and then we'll make a recommendation in the middle of the budget, and then you guys can work with that. For the next 2 items for HR, I'm happy to report no budget impact for 2025. We got our new applicant tracking vendor, NeoGov, was well within our budget, our existing budget, so I don't have to ask for any more money for that. And then employee trust funds is our benefit software, and they're upgrading that. We're going through a training next year, and that's at no cost for the employers. So that's it. That's all I got.
So we like those no-cost comments. We look forward to those same comments from the rest of the department heads.
Tony said
Yeah, go ahead.
There's one thing in there that he said that could be costly.
Could be very costly, but he didn't give us enough
Yeah, so
details.
last year, what was it, a 4% COLA?
Last year we did 4%. Correct.
But this year might be more than that?
Just looking at data, you're seeing in the market 3s, 4s, 5s, somewhere in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
To the COLA point, I would think in our budget cycle this year, it'd be nice to see percentage options. You know, so if you're recommending, let's say you recommend 4 again, I'd like to see what 3.5 does, what 4.5 does, what 4.25, you know, a couple options on that swing. So that as we're looking at the budget numbers, we could kind of get an idea, you know, do we give more of a COLA if we can afford to? Do we need to drop it down, you know, a 0.5%? I don't know. I think that would make sense for us to look at.
Yeah. Alderman Ellis?
I know that a few years ago, we had a concern with COLA and how it was being distributed to the employees. Was that ever discussed and changed or looked at?
To clarify, because the COLAs have been citywide.
Right.
We did when we do a wage study with wage adjustment, that may impact certain positions. That might be what you're referencing. I think that's
Right.
what you're referencing,
Correct.
you know? But typically, those are positions that are under market value, and that's why we make those adjustments. But typically, COLA is citywide for all positions.
Assistant, yeah. So, good suggestions. Thank you very much. Let's move on to Chief Bowen. Brad,
How does W become before L?
What? She said plug it in at the time, and then just slide it over. There, like that. Wow.
It didn't
Maybe.
slide.
Yeah.
Got to slide it again.
There it went. See,
There
it
you go.
worked. All right, so for the fire district,
oh, 4
Some-
slides. Way to go.
hey, I was told I have a time limit, so.
Ooh, I
Fire
guess.
district, our first priority is maintaining effective and sustainable staffing, as we've discussed the last 3 years. Next year would be the 3rd phase of the sustainable staffing and funding plan, implementing the final phase of those new positions, as well as the funding that was included in the referendum.
So that includes 3 new lieutenants, 1 per shift. That would provide us a field line supervisor at each of the stations, and then 2 more firefighter paramedics per shift. So a total of 6 additional firefighter paramedics. That does follow our community risk assessment and standards of cover, focusing on deployable fire resources throughout the communities. So that's about 20% of what was included in the referendum ask originally, so the 3rd phase with that. Then our next is moving over to capital improvements. Last year you did make a motion to approve the 2025 capital, which includes the in-station alerting. Due to the district going on more than 5,000 calls a year, that is a requirement in order to maintain our insurance services office ratings. So it's a direct connection between dispatch and our stations, which provides in-station alerting in addition to our pagers. The in-station alerting also does have health benefits to firefighters because it has an audio and a visual kind of a waking when you're startled late at night and you're sleeping. So it has helped reduce heart attacks in the fire service, and that's another requirement. Because of our call volume, our crews are waking up more frequently, and that's why they highly recommend installing that in our stations. So that would outfit all 6 of our stations with that system. In the 2027 capital improvement plan, but we do have to make a decision this year if we want to do it or not, was the replacement of our 2nd aerial, which is on the south side of the district. It's a 2008 straight stick aerial ladder. At the request of the elected officials and the fire board, we've been completing an analysis of our usage and needs of aerial apparatuses throughout the district. So that will be presented to you in June, showing how that ties into the risk assessment, the types of buildings, the response times, and the insurance cost to our communities. So that is currently still in there as a placeholder. The last thing that we will have to consider in the future, as we continue to see through attrition, we're reducing some of our command staff positions, is looking at consolidated centralized offices. Currently, HR is in a separate building than us. Our command staff are all spread out, so we are unfortunately wasting a lot of time driving between for meetings and collaboration, is trying to centralize us somewhere, somehow. So those are our priorities.
Thank you, Chief. Any quick comments? Well done. Alderman Ellis.
Real quick one, the referendum that passed, does that, will that have any effect on whatever type of an increase you'd be asking for? Would those numbers already be within that referendum that we passed?
So we included, as part of the referendum, and when we said let's spread it out, those are in there. We do have our regular operating budget request of maintaining currently what we have, but we're not coming with anything new this year.
Great.
So maintaining COLAs, similar to what Tony said, competitive market, but the 20% of the referendum ask is the final phase of the new staffing to provide in-house station coverage.
So that's in addition to, not inclusive of?
Correct.
Chief, what are you thinking for administrative building? Like a separate building or an add-on to one of the current buildings?
We're looking at different options. Actually, one of the places that we've talked to is like BMO Bank. They've got the 2nd floor that's vacant that they actually let us come there and do interviews and meetings already. Is a public-private partnership maybe. They're not interested in renting it out to anybody else, so there's some other options that we're evaluating and trying to gather costs.
And it's right there. I mean,
Right.
that would be a great option.
So hopefully something that works out like that, that's maybe a little lower cost.
Great.
Can we do elections there?
We do elections at station number 1. I hear the sewage treatment plant has space for
Kevin,
District 4.
So wait, where's Station 3 located, Chief?
That's in District 4, I said that.
I thought you were saying District 3
No.
back there, and I was like, wow.
Station 3.
All right, thank you, Chief. Let's move on to the library. Ms. Puccini.
Okay, so my priority 1 was execute a feasibility study, campaign planning study for potential remodel expansion. So at this point, funds were already raised for space needs analysis, which is the actual library, the building, and what size is needed for the community. I would like to get moving on that. I'm hoping to have the space needs analysis done by the end of the year. or early 2025, but my goal is by the end of the year. And then the next step of that is a feasibility study. And the feasibility study is about fundraising and capital campaigns. So then we would hire someone to come in, look at our community, do focus groups with the community, and they actually come up with a number. They come up with a number that they feel that we can raise to put towards a new building. So that is what I would like to kind of move forward with in 2025, because there is the option of seeing what we can raise and taking what we can raise and doing just a remodel with those funds. Of course, I would like a brand-new library and ask you guys for lots of money, but there is the option of just raising what we can and then remodeling with that amount. I did go through a space needs analysis at my last library and a feasibility study. So I've kind of been through the process. So that is what I would like to focus on for 2025. And think if I missed anything. With the feasibility study, the one thing that's really great is that it really kind of educates the community on what's going on. The feasibility study talks to a lot of people in the community, and then they see, oh, the library is working on a capital campaign. I obviously do not know how to do a capital campaign, so I would need help, and that's where the feasibility study comes in. They get us going on a capital campaign. Priority 2, I would love to combine the reference desk and circulation desk into a single service point. The question is that something I do now, or do I wait for a remodel or expansion? Let me just kind of back up a second as to why I would like 2 desks. We have 2 desks and it makes people have to go to 2 different desks. So if someone comes in and goes to the circulation desk and says, I would like to put some books on hold, circulation sends them back to reference. And then reference helps them get their materials and then sends them back to circulation to check out. So it's kind of like this ping pong effect. It's a very traditional style in a library, especially when reference, before the internet, reference was a huge need in a library, right? You'd go in and do research and the reference librarian would help you. That is not really the case anymore with the internet. You want a reference librarian on staff, but we don't really need 2 desks, especially in our library, in the size of our library. So I would like to combine the desk. Also, like the reference desk is humongous, and it's 1 person there at all times. So if we could combine the desk, we could cross-train staff, and then it would also give us more room in the library. If you ever come in and look at the library, you'll see what I'm talking about. So it is my goal to do that as well. Okay, so back to the question, do I do that now or do I wait for remodel or expansion? I would prefer to move along with that because looking at the timeline of a new building or expansion, we're looking at 3.5 years, minimum of 3.5 years. So I'd hate to wait that long to better serve our patrons. Because I really think it's good customer service to have the first point of contact as a person that helps you. So it is my goal to do that as well. Whatever would be decided with the combining of desk, whatever desk we get, that would go into a new building. So I would not say, okay, let's in 2025 or 2026 get a brand new desk, and then 2 years later, with an expansion, have a brand new desk again. That would not be the plan. The plan would be that whatever desk we have would transition into a new building. I think I covered that one. And my last priority, which I have good news, since I have submitted this to you, I've received a grant to increase our Library of Things collection. So I just received a $3,000 grant, so we're gonna move along with that to start our collection. We have shelving ready and everything, and they're blank. So we're very excited to move along with that. So Library of Things are things that people can use in their life, whether it's for educational, entertainment, tools. You might have heard of this. A lot of libraries have a Library of Things collection. So at this point, we're good with the grant, and then every year we'll just kind of add to the Library of Things through grants and or our collection budget.
Right.
So
I have
that
a
area is actually probably.
Quick question for you. Will combining the reference and circulation desk decrease labor costs?
That was my question.
That was my
Most likely.
question.
Most likely, okay.
And
Oh, and it will also, I think I put this in the memo already, but, because like right now our holds are behind the desk, so when people put books on hold, you have to go to the counter and ask for them.
Yeah.
With one desk, we'd have space to move those holds out, and then that would increase self-checkout, because you can grab your own hold and then check out your
We
book.
spent all that money on the self-checkout. We spent $40,000 in self-checkout machines that never get used because they're all behind the desk.
Well, they have to,
It'll
yeah,
be a
they have
lot
to go
more
up to
If
someone.
you've got the hold, then you have to go behind the desk.
Right, exactly. So that would definitely up.
Nice
Every library that has
presentation.
moved their hold open has seen an increase.
Nicely done. Any other questions from council members?
I love it.
Alderman-
I love
Yeah.
oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Alderman Altman Cloth.
Oh, my apologies.
No, that's all right. No, I just want to say, I was really excited to see number 2 on here. When we were interviewing you and you were talking about how you did this at a previous library, I mean, just, seeing the potential for reducing labor costs. And then also just kind of the like, and I'm just going to kind of say it bluntly, like not having this person has a master's degree, this person is like, just a part-time person, like putting them together and, kind of mixing that up within the library. And there's so many reasons why I love this, and I'm glad that you're executing this sooner than later, because this was one of the things that had me fired up about you.
Awesome.
Great. Thank you
you.
very much.
Okay, I don't get to go now?
Nope.
Oh, you interrupted. Mr. Rozak, what would you like to say?
Thank you. I do like number 2 as well. And even if you don't reduce the workforce, you reduce the footprint of those desks and creating space for whatever. Industrial heat guns, video projectors, giant Jenga. Can I rent the industrial heat gun, or do I just get to look at it?
No, you check it out.
Wow.
Do library
Thank you,
card.
Jen. Mr. Betcher, you're up.
You know the difference between a library and a museum, Matt? You know the difference between a library and a museum?
Yes.
Does he even know what an industrial heat gun is?
Like an industrial heat gun, I'm excited to check that out. I'm gonna go do it.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No, that's great. Mr.
Okay.
Betcher, we'll move on to Park and Rec and Forestry.
Slideshow, there we go, thank you. So, I have listed 3 of my priority goals for the CIP. First one is transitioning champion fields in the Northeast Park. Right now, we're working with OSA and the 5 O's to kind of develop a more comprehensive plan and put actual costs with that. Big reason I want to get going on this is to better define Northeast Park, not only just with the softball, baseball fields, but, we got to add more pickleball courts. I'm kidding, of course. But to have a more focused plan so that as development goes on around there, we actually have something to show the residents that are moving in there of what's to come. The other piece of this is with Champion Fields. I know the utilities is looking at using that in the future. So how do we transition those fields from Champion Fields over into the Northeast Park? Lake Country Trail Phase 5, this is coming up in 25 and 26. This is to connect to a connection for our community through 2nd Street to the Jefferson County Trail portion of that trail. Looking at adding an additional parking for a trail corridor. And then this is a collaboration with Jefferson County and Waukesha counties to extend that trail. And that is scheduled to happen in 25 and 26. And then finally, looking at bicycle and pedestrian trail connections. Obviously, we want to create safe connections for business and parks and schools. One of the focuses of this is to look at Highway 16 in the northeast part of the city. This is kind of a focal point of this plan to make sure that we create a safe route and partner with, the village, the county, and find out if there's any typical or potential grants to create that safe route. I have. Questions?
So one of the questions I have as far as the bicycle and pedestrian trail connection, is that going to be on the city roads, or is that going to be separate from that, or potentially?
So potentially, we're looking at you going under that, underneath the highway there, so that we can connect there. And then basically, you would connect from one neighborhood to the other side there to go to that school zone. We're looking at a safe connection so that you're not crossing that highway over
Right,
there.
right. So, have you also considered a bridge?
Bridge access over the top? Yeah, that's one of the things we can look at. Right now, that, you know, it's always expensive to go over.
Okay.
So if we can find a way to go under and use that corridor that's already there, that would be preferable. Because obviously to go over that does create quite an expense.
Okay. Do I have to bring my shovel and?
Any other questions for Mr. Betcher? Alderman Maroney.
Well, can I just? Go ahead. So Alderman Ellis, there's a bridge right there. And that's what we're looking at, is utilizing the bridge in order to be able to go underneath the highway versus having to build a pedestrian underpass.
There's a bridge over there by Rosenau, is that Rosenau Creek there?
Yeah, so there's enough room already there.
And we don't have to build a structure to go under the road. We're gonna go under the bridge that
That's
goes
what I
over the
was-
river.
That's what I was considering.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you.
Alderman Maroney.
Eric, last year we had a Park and Rec Board meeting at Northeast regarding the baseball fields. Where are we at with the 5-Os as far as funding that? We were kind of, I mean, do you know anywhere where we're at with that?
Yeah, so I've just started having conversations with that, and that's why this has kind of been pushed into next year, because I haven't had enough time to have those conversations and really review what those talks have entailed. And I know the initial cost of this was very astronomical, so that's why I want to have those discussions and find out what can we, you know, phase in and how can we make this work.
Yeah, I mean, I really want to make it work, so that's why I'm, you know, asking.
Thank you. Let's move on to Mr. Gallo and planning.
Hello. Planning department, we're more of a public service department. We don't have a lot of requests in the budget, so I don't have a lot of budget priorities to talk about. We don't make large purchases like, you know, other departments before you. We have actually no requests in the capital budget at all. We do studies inside house. You know, examples of that is the housing affordability report. Some communities hire consultants to do that for them. We do it internally. We create historic preservation, floodplain ordinance. We didn't have any outside assistance. We did a guide to short-term rentals in '23. So we keep busy internal. We don't ask for a lot of money. We also work on development applications along with that. But some of these projects do cost a little bit of money. So really the planning department priorities would be the GIS updates. This is an ongoing thing. I guess late last year, early this year, we finished the zoning map. We got that completely in our zoning. It used to be just a dumb map, I'll call it. Now it's a smart map by parcel instead of big chunks of colors. So that was some improvements we made. We're kind of at a transition right now with digital stuff. So I have 20,000 in GIS for '24 that I haven't spent yet or even allocated to a project. We have agenda management that we're using, and we put all the projects and development stuff into that program. We're also currently going to OpenGov, which is going to digitize or digitally require all the applications to come in. And then we are using a consultant called Mead and Hunt to do our GIS. I'll show you here. That's our webpage. I'll get that in a second. So we have different things happening, and I want to make sure that they all kind of interact with each other. So that's what our budget priority is, and we'll get into that specific in a minute. But again, non-budgetary items, you know, in '24, what our planning been doing, we'll be doing, I'm working on a fee study this year for time of budget. You know, maybe our fees should go up. Housing research, I'm always continuing to provide you the information. Subdivision and platting ordinance, we're not gonna go outside house, we're gonna do that internally. An accessory dwelling unit ordinance in '24, I'm currently working on that. Floodplain research, we have audits coming from the DNR in 2025, so we have to get our ducks in a row on that. Signage ordinance, we have no precise timeline, and then planning is also the lead person on 2 events happening, the 85th Wizard of Oz and the 150th celebration. But none of these are really budget items. Really, my goal is just to keep the 2 full-time staff that we have and the 1 part-time summer intern position that we have. Here I threw some pictures on that I took last week, so I thought you'd be excited about seeing some of those. Okay, so getting back to the request for the budget in '25, I am going to put $20,000 in there because, again, I don't really know how we're going to use it, but we need to link these other programs we're using, agenda management and OpenGov, to our GIS program to create a mapping database. This will be used then to conduct analysis that goes beyond what you've ever seen before. It'll be a very powerful program. It's a digital file cabinet as well, so we won't have paper copies of stuff anymore. So if someone wants to come in, this will all be open to the public. They can click on a parcel, there'll be drop-down menus, and it'll say, you want to see the building plans, you want to see the building application. Everything is very transparent. So that's what we'll be asking for, and I don't have specifics on what I'll be using that for, but we're kind of in a transitional period right now. So, but we'll work on getting the GIS linked to all of our other programs. That's all I have.
Question for you, Jason. If I'm interpreting you right, your current staffing and possibly for the next couple of years is adequate. Is that a fair thing, or is there anything you want to share with council with regard to staffing?
I think once you made the position permanent for the community development, some of those responsibilities and roles are going to be switched. That'll free up some of Christie's responsibilities. And then, you know, maybe she can do more planning. So then right now, she's kind of a 50-50 with planning and community development projects. You can see 2 of the projects that she's working on. I've mentioned those. She's also in charge of Oz Plaza, and she does all sorts of projects. But I think, you know, as the city grows, we have 19,000 people. You know, the planning department should someday look bigger, but I think for the time being, if Christie can get some of the more planning responsibilities, we should be adequate for 25, possibly into 26.
Good. Thank you for that projection. Any other questions, comments from council? Thank you very much. Let's move on to our police department. Chief Pfister.
All right, couple of priorities for the police department. Really, this year we tried to focus on a couple of different areas, which was basically training was our #1 type of area that we really took a hard dive into. And we were looking to see where we can improve the training for the officers that are out there. #1 thing is we're looking for a virtual reality software program. It's kind of the latest technology that's out there, gives the training more meaning, and gives different scenarios that can be programmed in that the officers can respond to. And really helps a lot with the decision-making, use of force, and things of that nature. So that is in there right now. #2, we looked at staffing as well, and listening to the council over the past couple of years, looking at staffing for the police department. We'd like to put in to do an RFP for a staffing study for the police department. The last one was completed in 2016, and we just kind of reached out to a couple of companies and got some estimates on pricing for that at this time. 3, going back to training, one of the areas that we've kind of been deficient and that the county doesn't really supply a lot of training on is defensive arrest tactics and hands-on. And some of the latest stuff is jujitsu training, which really eliminates the injury to the officer and to the public by using those different techniques. So we'd be looking at purchase the mats and then sending 2 officers off to be trained to instruct those, where we could host that training for our officers in the area. And then I had talked with Fire Chief Bowen. We took a look at our emergency management equipment room, which is basically the multi-purpose room at this point. We really has to be evaluated on what would, all the stuff that would need to be in there if we really had a true emergency where we had to set up emergency operations in there. So with that, you know, it could range in a whole world of different things from $3,000 obviously up to $50,000. We're not looking for the Taj Mahal of emergency operation centers, just making sure that it is functional and kind of looking at that with IT to make sure, you know, we have all the capabilities of all the computers for all the department heads, obviously the area for alderman, mayor, and so forth like that, so we can operate in an emergency capacity. And then the last one, which I don't think I had I didn't have a slide on, was along with the city's anniversary, the 150th, it's also the police department's 150th anniversary. So we are looking in the memo, I put a couple of different ideas that we had for celebrating that and some rough costs for those things to be celebrated on the 150th.
And what you might want to do on that stuff is also connect with that committee that's putting that together. There may be some savings by doing some of that together, just some ideas. Great. Questions for the chief? I have one about the virtual reality. I understand the concept of how it works and what you do. Is it a proven platform for police officers? I mean, you say, yeah, it could be very cool to see these different scenarios, which I'm really supportive of. Does it work?
Yes.
Okay.
It does. I can tell you it does. I mean, this started with a long time ago with basic technology, and now it's gotten up to the part where they can actually change and use, like, the scenario, they can choose to use their taser, their handgun, you know, the different equipment on their belt, you know, so they actually get to draw and react, you know, and so forth, which gives them better reaction time and really helps out with the use of force, you know, is it appropriate, not appropriate, and so forth, so.
Cool.
Yeah.
Any other questions, comments? I've got another one, Chief. Sorry. Where do you feel that there are gaps in staffing for the police department right now?
I still, right now, patrol, for sure. I think we need a couple more officers in there. It's, you know, we got to the new minimums that, you know, I wanted to get to, but I will tell you, we're struggling with that. And I have 2 officers that are leaving, going elsewhere. And now because of that, we're gonna have to drop our minimums back down again until we get those filled. So there is some time with that, you know, a couple more officers would help out to keep maintaining that. You know, we're looking at it with the vacation time and the time off. We have a young department right now, so a lot of them don't have a ton of vacation time and so forth, but as the years go on here, they're gonna earn more of that, and we just gotta make sure that we have the coverage to cover all that. I do believe that we need one more administrative staff. I would like to bring on a second lieutenant position that would work more of a second shift, that would guide, you know, the second shift to third shift as a supervisor, so that the sergeants can be on the road supervising. Obviously, the lieutenant would still respond to certain things, but I think we need that, that leadership out there, so.
Understand. Any questions?
I just have one.
Yeah, go for it.
Same vein. I know you're gonna put it in the budget to do the staffing need analysis. My experience with the last staffing need analysis in 16 was it was crazy. Yep. I mean, told us we needed like 52 officers in the next, and I think we're almost there in that 10-year gap, and we have never hit that.
Right.
What I would like you to think about is doing some type of more internal, like what the mayor just asked you, something more internal, like what do you think you need?
Right.
Instead of spending $50,000 on that, you know, we start staffing quicker potentially. I don't disagree that I think you probably need more patrol. I mean, what are we 434 right now?
We've added
For a city of
6.
20,000 people, we've only got sometimes 4 officers on patrol.
We've added 6 in the last 4 years.
Yeah.
What might be due
Oh,
is
343.
maybe.
What's that?
343.
But I said 434?
No, we were 343. Yeah, 343 is where we got to, yeah.
Okay.
Maybe what might be helpful is maybe having a talk, if you'd have a talk with Tony and with Mark, and talk about options, so that when it comes to budget, we can try to help assess and give you what you need for the future. I'm kind of the same vein. That's an awful lot of money
I agree.
for an
And
assessment.
I agree with the last
and
study that,
I've seen
I'd
the
love
work.
to see you just tell us what
Yeah.
you think you need to effectively police for us. I mean, I think we should rely on you to tell us that instead
Yeah.
of some separate service. Because I trust you to tell us, hey,
Yep.
this is where we need, and maybe it's a 5-year plan, maybe it takes us 4 years to get there, 5 years to get there.
Right.
But, you know,
Right, because realistically, every year it's a different decision. You can put a target out there, but every year, depending on budget, is whether we add 1, add 2, or add 0. So no matter how many you want, the reality is each year you may get 1.
Right.
You get 2, but so, yeah, I think it's.
and I'm kind of out of options. I mean, obviously, we got the school thing last year, you know, where it didn't increase, you know, our budget and so forth. I've looked kind of at all those opportunities, and now we're kind of at that point now.
Yeah.
So,
I think you can feel comfortable, and I'm going to try to speak for the council as a whole, is that we'd rather be much more proactive than reactive. At least that's what these last few years have shown. So thank you for bringing it to us. Let's see how we can come up with a solution.
sounds great. All right, thank you.
Any other questions, comments, council? Thank you, Chief. Let's move on to utilities. Kevin Kari, your first time here, just like Jen. Oh, it was Eric's first time too. I forgot about that. Yeah.
So I'm not the first. I stole this from John Shu, so I can't take any credit.
We've seen it before.
So I'm going to start off with the water utility. So top goals for the water utility. In 2025, the focus in the water utility remains to eliminate the lead service laterals, both on the private and on the utility side. To date, we've replaced 316 laterals. That's through April of 2024, with about 700 to go. So the free money programs ended this year, so there's some carryover from 2023, so that covered maybe 50 laterals this year, but we're kind of thinking that the number of laterals, which have been about at 100 plus each year, are gonna go down because the free money's gone away, the $3,000. We still have a couple of alternatives to help out the private side, which is low-interest loans, 0.5% from the city administered through us, and through Common Council, we voted on a 5-year payback plan, so that might help get people signed up. And then we also have the bank 5.9, 1% option. We expect, in addition, the water utility, will closely work with DPW for our side of the lateral to be replaced. So we work with the street projects to take care of the stuff with street funding and stuff like that, and that will continue. The second point, as you may recall, in April 2024, we did a budget amendment for water meters. This increased the rate of spending on meters, and this needs to continue. One of the biggest contributors is the mass meter program. Starting in 2006, all of our meters were replaced with AMI meters. Over that 3-year period, 2006 to 2007, it was like 2,600 meters per the PSC, any meter that's 1 inch or less on our system, which is the residential and small commercial, they need to be changed out every 20 years. Since 2008, we've added another 4,300 meters to our system, so we're a growing city, as you can see. Therefore, we need to put monies in to replace meters on an ongoing basis, so we're replacing per the PSC accounts. And that's gonna be going forward around like 250 to 300 on average meters per year going forward. But we accelerated it for the budget amendment that we came in for the next couple of years for the first group of meters that are hitting 20 years old. The last thing is finishing the construction of well 8. The schedule for that is to start sometime late summer and end in, maybe late spring, summer of 2025. So that's it for water. Next is the electric utility. So there's many reasons to replace underground feeder and distribution cable on electric distribution systems. First and foremost is due to age and condition. We have many areas of old cable on our system. This is mainly in the north and northwest portions around the lake in our service territory. Also, other areas have multiple outages in a short period of time. We're gonna monitor that. So if someone has a bunch of failures in 2024, we're gonna put a focus on replacing those troublesome areas that keep the customer service and reliability high. So you can expect our funding levels to increase to keep up with the replacements and keeping our, like I said, our city electric, high reliability that it is. Another reason to potentially replace cable is, this is a new one, and that's one of my new things, is to evaluate like our substation and feeder loadings. So we built a substation in the southeast called Summit back in 2006, 2007 timeframe. Some of the initial cables that came out of that station were a smaller size than is standard today. So being that that's a area of high load growth and stuff like that, we're using our modeling systems that we completed this year to evaluate looking at the peak loads that usually occur in like July and August when we get the high hot temperatures, to make sure that we are proactively having enough capacity on our system so we don't burn up cables in case of a contingency. We do have some customers on our system that have automatic changeover, like Roundy's and Target. So those things can, if there's a problem, it switches over without our initiation. So we have to make sure that if that occurred on a really hot day, that we would have the power to be able to serve them and we wouldn't overload cables. So something new to the city is maybe replacing cables that aren't old and need to be replaced that way, but they might not have enough capacity based on what our standard is today. The second thing on my list here for electric is to build up the stock of pad-mounted transformer, switchgear cable, and meter stock. Number one reason is to continue burying the overhead lines. The industrial area is one place that comes to mind. We have some live top transformers that are like substation type transformers. All the live parts are, you can see them and they're fenced out. We need to work with the customers, get pad mounted transformers. It takes a little time because the customer sometimes has to do some work on their end and expense in order for us to do that. But being able to buy transformers to do those kind of projects is very important. We need to finish areas of voltage conversion. We have areas of 4,000 volts still in our city, and right now, some of our conversion projects have halted a little bit because of the need for pad-mounted transformers for new services and new customers. So we need to build up our stock of transformers to be able to, replace some of that old stuff, that old 4 kV, and to keep up with our new growth. Lastly, the electric utility needs to, just like the water, we have to replace meters every 20 years. We got like 12,900 meters on our system, and we did ask over the past few years, and we started doing it this year, replacing our meters at an accelerated rate, but we gotta put additional monies in to make sure that we're keeping up with that and it doesn't become some huge project at some point. And lastly, we're gonna put some money in the budget for replacing breakers at our Cooney substation. We have like 15 breakers at that station, so we're putting some money in there to proactively replace those before they get too old. And if a breaker goes at a station, you lose a whole feeder. We've had a couple failures in the last 2 or 3 years, so. Lastly, working with Parks is to develop an updated timeline for the new utilities complex. So first thing that would need to happen is give us a spot to build on, and Parks is looking at that. That would be a great time to revisit the utility complex and see how that all fits together with the timing. Lastly, for our fleet department, this is an actual truck that we still have on our system. Hopefully we can get some new vehicles.
We can put it together.
We're just looking at one major goal, which is to implement fuel management software and integrate it with our Elements. That's our program. Elements is what we use to track all our maintenance and stuff on the vehicles. The fuel management software would be used that every time somebody goes to a pump, you know which vehicle's getting fuel. They have to put in the mileage, and it's kind of a self-tracking type of program that would proactively tell us when maintenance and things that we want to track are coming up. So it's just a way to integrate and take the human element of having somebody look up in the corner of a windshield and, say, hey, I need my oil changed 5,000 miles ago. I better get that done. So it's just to automate stuff and give us reminders, and I think that'll be a lot better system. Are there any questions for utilities, water?
Alderman Ellis?
Yeah, I just want to, first off, I've noticed since, I don't know, forever, no blackouts. I like that. That's really, really good. How's Concord going at this point? Are there going to be any new lights on there? How are the, what is it? Are we replacing any of the lines or anything along those lines underneath?
On Concord? I think we got a fair amount of underground. We did some overhead removal this year on Concord. If I did my utility report, we're not looking at getting rid of the secondary lines because most of the customers in that area are fed overhead. All the phone and everything and cable is still overhead. But yeah, we're continually, that's one of our areas of focus. But in order to do it and get it completed, we need the industrial customers to get rid of their live top transformers. Once we do that, we can underground that whole area.
Okay. Will you be putting in any new lamps or lights for the roadway there?
For streetlights? I mean,
Yes.
it's something we can talk about, but it's not, a budget focus at this time for what I'm presenting today. But yeah, we can talk about stuff.
I figured since we're doing something with Concord at this point, maybe we should kind of look at that and see what that looks like as far as price-wise is concerned. I mean, it just makes sense instead of coming back 2, 3, 4, 5 years later. Get it done with.
Alderman Mulder?
Maybe this should be for Jason, but is there going to be a plow truck in the request, or does that come out of?
Well, I think for DPW, they all
That's
have
an
their
annual.
own needs,
Okay.
Every department.
So that's
So
outside.
fleet covers everybody that has a vehicle, so there are 5-year plans for all the fleet vehicles, so there's plenty
They'll be
even in
separate from that.
electric and water and stuff like that, so I think there is, if I recall.
Okay.
Great, questions? Alderman Maroney?
So they implement fuel management software. What does that cost? Is it any
Well,
idea?
the budget number is 80,000, but I don't know where that started from. That's just our starting number. That's what I got from Justin. But in any case, it would be the end of 2025 and the beginning of 2026 and spread it over 2 years right at the turn of the year to, spread out the cost a little bit.
And then
But
also, where is well number 8?
Well, number 8 is down in Paps Farms.
Okay, okay, I was just curious. That's what I thought.
Alderman Shell Pepper?
Yeah, just on the fleet discussion, I've heard a lot about like AI being used to do the maintenance and predict maintenance for vehicles. I mean, is that something we're looking at too along these lines? We're talking about it with fuel, but, primary care and maintenance on our fleet. I mean, that can predict, when we need to do it, when we're gonna have issues. I mean, has that been on the radar? I mean, we're talking about it with fuel right now, right, to a certain extent? So maybe we should keep that in mind. It sounds like no, I'm getting kind of blank stares.
We haven't discussed AI.
Yeah,
No.
well, yeah.
All I can tell you too is our fleet department is pretty diverse. I mean, our fleet department covers anything from trucks to our, squad cars, to our
Right,
pickup trucks.
that's what I'm thinking. We could
To our
probably save a lot of
small
money.
engines, to,
Yeah.
so it's.
Right, we could
anything
plug
that
in-
would help, speed up the thinking process.
Right, and
It's possible,
and
but.
predict it before those, issues occur, to prevent issues like that from occurring, that could save us money too, so. I mean, it seems like that's the way it's going, so. Talk about it some more. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
All right, thanks for your time.
You bet. On to our next item, wastewater. Mr. Freeber.
Wastewater's project goals for next year, our capital projects are, we need to relay a 12-inch force main over at the Lapham Street Bridge. For them to do the bridge improvements, one of their pilings is gonna end up right on top of the bridge, so it would be this line right here. If you look at the dotted line on here, that's the force main that we need to replace. It's 12-inch. At this point, we still don't know if it's gonna go underneath the bridge or the outside of the bridge, but that's part of the design projects that we're working on. Again, staying with the street program to do sewer main replacement, either cure in place, cure the manholes, raven line any manholes that have hydrogen sulfide, and if we have to do any dig projects. The other one would be replacing 2 of our 1978 blowers with another Neros blower like we put in 2018. This blower has decreased the costs for aeration, and it's also high efficiency compared to the old 1978 units. And then the last one is for the OWPP would be to purchase a skid steer, a brush head for removing buckthorn throughout all the city, and also along all the river sections that the city owns. This would be a multi-year process, and the nice thing is that the unit would be able to be used by Park and Rec when they're not doing any buckthorn removal. So they would do all the work if we bought the equipment through the OWPP and wastewater.
Kevin, when they go through and they cut that buckthorn, do they then go back and treat the,
Yeah, they'll have to go through and treat all the
Stubs.
cutoff stubs, otherwise it just comes right back.
comes right back? Okay. Yeah, it works well.
And
Where the heck did buckthorn come from?
Germany, I thought.
from a little seed.
Little.
It's such
Didn't
a
it come from
mess.
Germany?
I couldn't tell you. Well done.
It's a mess, isn't it?
Any questions for Mr. Freeber? Alderman Spiegelberg.
So the Nero's blower.
Yep.
That one will replace the 2 from 1978?
Correct. We
Okay.
took 2 out in 2018 and replaced it with this 125 horse Neros blower you're looking at right here. And then the new one would probably be maybe a 75 or 100 horse, and that would replace, again, 2 of the old 1978 units.
Okay, cool, thank you.
This unit's been online since 2018, and the only time it goes off is when we test the emergency generator for WPPI, and then we run the 2 old ones just so that they keep going.
Cool. Okay, thank you.
Great. Any other questions? Alderman Mulder.
In that, where the Lapham Street Bridge, where you're doing that replacement, a number of those homes there are in the town of Oconomowoc. Are they on our city sewer, though? Or do they have septic there? I think like,
I don't know if that for positive, but
they're on septic? Okay.
A lot of the ones right at the edge of the street or near the city have all annexed in, so when you look at the line up there, it goes around all those parcels. So they ran, probably like a grinder pump to the manholes. So the ones that are right against the street are in the city and unsanitary, but anything, east of that is gonna be, well and septic.
Any other questions for Mr. Freeber? We've had some great presentations. Thank you all. I'd like to open up to council. We are definitely ahead of schedule, and hats off to department heads for being so organized, and Lori getting everything organized. Thank you very much. But we went through a lot of different items. Is there anything else you'd like to bring anyone else and ask questions? We have a little bit of time. Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, I just want to jump in. So, the process was going to be, we were going to go through tonight with the department heads. Obviously, I didn't factor the timing right. So we do have extra time tonight. So then next week was going to be the alderman's chance to talk about what you heard here tonight, or bring up any ideas and thoughts that you had, similar to what we had done last year. So if there's anything that you want to be able to talk about tonight, obviously it'll reduce the amount of time that we'll have to allocate for next meeting. So any of the departments, any questions, any comments, looking for, are the departments going in the right direction? Are there things that you think that we should be looking at differently than what they've presented? Any thoughts on, growth or studies or personnel or anything like that? So it's all open. All the departments are here.
Alderman Shellpepper.
So these aren't finalized items like right now. This is kind of the wish list in some ways from.
It's their priority
It's
list.
a realistic, not wish list, it's realistic, priorities. So I guess I had a couple of questions about some of the different departments. For the clerk's department, on item, I think it was number 2, about, the extra money for, or the, having extra resources for the poll volunteers. Diane, are we struggling with getting, people to volunteer? I guess I'm wondering, what the impetus is, or what's prompting you to want to start doing that?
Sure. I have, because of the party nominations and then the poll workers that we already have on our list, I feel I have an adequate amount of poll workers. But what I'm getting now, because I'm getting newer poll workers, and we'll call my seasoned poll workers, they're starting to step out or only work part-time. But I'm getting a lot of feedback on that, I'm requiring them to come to training, but I don't compensate them, or I should pay them more to work the poll because they don't feel, that they're getting very much for that entire day. It's a very long day if you work the whole day.
Yeah,
And it can be a very exhausting day in our larger elections. Also, when they come, some will bring their own little thermos, but some won't, and then they'll say, oh, I thought you might have water and stuff for us, or coffee or something. So we do have coffee pots, and we do provide that at the polls for the workers. But, it's like, okay, I'll pull out a coffee pot, but then that'll prompt me to have to buy more coffee to replenish, which is fine, because it's not a huge expense. But I started thinking about the comments throughout the years, and it's not that people won't work for it, but my biggest complaint is I ask for volunteers to work at the polls on election day to process the absentee ballots. I don't consider them poll workers, they're more on the volunteer, because they'll start at 8 a.m. If luck has it, sometimes I get 2 people to do it, sometimes I get up to 4. So they could be done by noon or 1 o'clock, or they could be done by 8 p.m., and they're wondering why they don't get paid like the poll workers, because they're already there working, and so are the poll workers, and I'm not offering them any money. But I'm very careful to differentiate. We have volunteers and we have poll workers. And there's a different responsibility for poll workers. So, over the years, I've gotten the comments, and we used to give I think it might have been $15 at one time, but the last time we gave it, it was $10. It was a gift certificate for, it used to be for the grocery store, and then it was just specifically for a turkey, and it was just a way to say thank you for people who served on committees, poll workers, et cetera. And I know when that was taken away, they were angry. They were angry. And so I just feel like it's a little show of appreciation, and it can go a long way just to say thank you. But, ultimately, it's up to you, so.
Thanks, I appreciate that explanation.
Karen?
Okay,
Oh.
yeah. Well, I had a couple that sorry, you're gonna talk about the poll
Same
thing
thing,
again? Okay,
if you don't
yeah,
mind.
that sounds good.
So how much do the poll workers get paid right now?
The poll workers are now receiving, the poll workers receive $150 for the day.
Okay, 8 hours or what?
No,
whatever.
well, more
Oh,
than 8.
it's
It's
le-
always more than 8.
Okay.
And the chiefs get $175.
Okay.
So they get a little bit more because they are responsible for the poll itself.
Okay.
And that was up from $125 for the poll worker and $150. So I'm not really asking for the poll workers to have an increase. I did do that, I think it was 2 years ago. So I believe that was that $25 increment. And it's more about the volunteers and the people processing the absentee ballots.
Okay, so 2 more questions in that regard then. Are we pretty much paying poll workers what poll workers get paid? Is there a sort of a standard?
Well, I've done a lot of reach outs to the clerk world, the communities out there, to see what they pay. Some pay hourly, they'll pay $10 an hour. Some will pay like we do, is just a set amount. And it ranges anywhere from probably $7 an hour up to probably at least $15 an hour. So and some of the smaller communities, I'm shocked that they pay more than we do. But
Okay,
it's all about how they do their budget, I guess.
so that's discretionary. Is it commonplace for the volunteers to get paid a certain amount in other communities? Like, all the clerks all around the state.
Yeah.
Is that customary, to get paid for the mandatory training and then get something at least for the half day and the full day?
It's very, I don't get answers from all the communities, but it is very common that the people who the poll workers who go to the training are provided either compensation to go to training, or they're provided mileage. But I have the training here at City Hall, so obviously 99% of my poll workers are city residents. I do have some within the county, but, so if I would just offer mileage, it's probably $1. You know what I mean? It's not, it wouldn't be enough, but, no, that, it is fairly common that they provide them some type of compensation for training and food. A lot of them provide food on election day. But that would be a lot of food for the number of workers that we have. But that's pretty common.
Back to Shell Pepper. Thank you, Diane.
Alderman Shell Pepper, and then we'll come over to you, Jennifer.
Yeah, just regarding the economic development.
I was gonna stay at one.
So we're talking about the webpage, the website, Bob. I thought that we had just redesigned that page, or just had some updates done to it, and that
We
was
did do some
touted.
things in 2021, but
I
again,
thought even more recently with our communications intern, did some redesign.
did
of
some
that.
redesign in 2021, we launched.
It's already 2021? Really?
And now in some of the integration, again, it's going to take some time to redesign another site. I'm envisioning we would do it in 2025 to launch in 2026. And like I said, some of this is purely an integration of this video deployment, agenda management, other elements. Because our current website provider, we don't believe all of that'll integrate. So that's what we need to continue to invest in.
I just remember the website being touted as an example of like the in-house work that we were doing, with the communications person. So I guess that's why I was just a little, surprised to see, that we're gonna be having a contractor do this, so.
Maybe the other.
And we did a lot of work on the design. We still
Right.
had a contractor put together the piece. Yes, we had an intern do the design.
Right,
Or
right.
assist them in doing the design.
Okay.
Again, most of it's the technology side, it's not the design side.
Okay.
Web designer, yeah.
And quick piece on the library. We're talking about the space needs analysis and.
Now, Bob, you scooted away really fast. I saw that.
Renovation, the renovation
Bob's a seasoned
or,
professional.
the possible, I guess you never said like a whole new building, but maybe you floated at one point. But, I think about Watertown, they have a brand-new library out there. Was that fully fundraised for? Do you know? I mean, have you had any communication with them?
Good question. I will look into that.
Yeah, I really think, they seem to have some really great success. My wife goes out there with our
They
little
took an
ones a lot.
existing building and expanded it.
Is that what they did? So,
But I don't think they fully fundraised. They did a lot of fundraising.
well, I would be interested in
think it was-
knowing what they did, lessons that we can learn from it, because they seem to have a lot of success out there with what they did.
For some reason, I'm thinking it was 80% fundraised, but
Okay.
I could be wrong, but I don't think it was fully.
All right, I'll give the floor up. That was my last piece. I don't know if you have anything to,
No,
Okay.
I'll look into that for sure,
Okay,
though.
thank you.
Yeah.
Good idea. Alderman Altman Cloth.
Mine was in regards to the poll work, or the
sorry about
voting
that.
day. Yeah, no, I thought we were. But, so, going on what you were saying about the volunteers, and I don't want to sound harsh, but, I mean, if you take a position as a volunteer and you're getting paid, then you're not a volunteer. Then you're a paid person. So, I think anybody who takes a volunteer position knows that they're taking it without pay. So, I mean, now whether or not you want to kind of put, kind of figure out a budget, and put that towards providing more of, a substantial lunch or dinner, I think that would be a great idea. That would be a nice gesture. But, I don't know, I just think we kind of lose the essence of what volunteering is if someone expects to get paid, or they don't come back because they didn't get paid, or, I don't know.
Are you still a volunteer if you get a turkey?
Yeah.
Maybe.
I think she's just saying, I don't think it's like paid. I understand what you're saying, but I think she's just saying it's just a token of appreciation, even
No,
if it's
and I get that, but-
$25,
Yeah. I mean, there's other ways you can do a token of appreciation too, that's not expected, or, I don't know, just my 2 cents.
But I think as it being a budget item, then maybe there are different options you might have with that $3,000. So, but I also, the poll workers, what you think they would appreciate. And so I would kind of defer to what your thoughts are. New car. Alderman Mulder.
This is for Eric on the Northeast Park baseball and softball diamonds. I guess we saw the figures before, they were beyond what we could ever do. I guess we kind of talked about this a little bit with pickleball and about, what percentage of the members of that club were Oconomowoc residents versus surrounding area residents. We ended up funding about a quarter of that entire complex in the end, maybe. And so that's a curiosity I have there too, as you start to develop and work with the 5Os. I know it's become a regional club now, just like the Oconomowoc Soccer Association, it became a regional club and moved into, I forget what they are now, but, and then the Oconomowoc Softball Association, I know we're the last adult league softball in the area, and that attracts from a lot of people. So I just personally want to know, what are we funding for Oconomowoc residents, or what are we going to be funding for surrounding communities? And then because I think that needs to be in the balance of what we can contribute as a community for our residents versus, outside residents. And we talked about that with the library, right? I mean, is everybody paying their fair share to use our resources? And I think that's going to be a concern of mine there, not to mention filling that space with baseball hasn't been my dream, but because it's going to be a big expense. They said 14 million. I mean, even if it's 1.4 million, that's still a really big fundraising nut for anybody, and more than, anyway, I'll let you.
Well, the good news is the conversations I have had with them, they also think that that's outrageous for what they think. I think also, you know, there's opportunities for them to do the fundraising. There's also, you know, other partners that we can look at. So that's definitely something to have those discussions, and that's definitely part of the plan of how do we pay for this and at what percentage. Also, just with the park too, I know softball, baseball, but there's other components that we will want to look to add to that facility as well. It can't just be, you know, a softball, baseball, pickleball facility. We got to have other things there for the rest of the community as well.
I completely echo what Matt has to say on that. I'm very concerned on the, I would have waited till next week, but on the slide working directly with 5Os, because last time I was at Park and Rec and they kind of came in with their proposal, they were kind of shocked, I think, to some degree when we said, well, are you guys going to help with this $15 million plan? And it was like, well, we might be able to come up with a few $100,000. You know, it was very off-putting to me. I think the park and the development of the park needs to be holistic, and we should plan the park both for a group like the 5Os, but also what if the 5Os disintegrates next month, you know, and they're the last real big softball kind of group in this entire area. There used to be beer leagues everywhere in every city. They're like the last man standing / women standing, and they could be gone in a year. And so I don't think we should be planning those fields around one entity solely. So that's my thought. That's my concern as well, Matt.
But I will say, I like that you're doing that. I really like what you're doing with the bike paths and thinking about, because we've talked about that since I've been on council, talked about that, you know, we need these, but I like that we're putting some dotted lines, you know, through town, and I think all the way along Lake Drive Z, you know, the sidewalk is halfway on one side and halfway on the other, and there isn't any sidewalk in some stretches. So that whole area, that whole corridor could be improved for biking and pedestrian. I know it's not all your area, but I think as we look at that with the huge amount of population we have out there, the whole thing needs to be thought about from pedestrian and bike safety. Sure.
When Eric's working on that, just so council's aware, he's also working on federal grants, potential grants for those pathways. So he's actually done a lot more than just the quick snapshot that you've done there. So great job, Eric, and working with some local citizens as well. So thank you. Other questions? Yes.
I have a comment for DPW. I just want to say I support the 2025 street replacements projects. I think those are great choices, and hopefully we'll stick with the roads that we have on there right now. Regarding the police department, Chief Pfister, the mayor brought up the virtual reality piece, and so we've talked a lot the last few years about training and making sure you guys are getting the resources for training. So I think that's really important. You know, I don't have as wide of experience with virtual reality training. I've, you know, seen some that is pretty terrible, and it's more like a check the box kind of thing. Some of it even to the point of like, you know, we were just putting on gear just to wear it to show we had it on, even though it didn't, you know, function properly. Right. So like, I guess I just want to make sure, you know, along the same lines that we're testing this to make sure it actually checks that box, because I think if it, you know, it can be, I think it could be a big cost saver, right? By allowing you to like do this sort of hands-on, real-world situational training that you wouldn't be able to do otherwise. So are you like, how are you determining, you know, this is the right stuff? I mean, is this kind of a thing like you've used it before, or?
We've actually had the companies come in and we've had them show them the training to us already. We've been looking at, we've been kind of waiting for this opportunity. We reviewed this about 3-4 years ago. We had some companies come in and we said the technology just wasn't where it needed to be. Now looking at it, it actually is really nice because it'll work with the existing taser and the handguns that we're purchasing and everything else. So they'll actually use their real equipment, and it's not like getting a blue gun or, you know, a plastic gun or something of that nature. So it actually gives a lot of data, you know, and so forth to help the officers out. So
you had said some of it is more than just like the reflexive fire type training. It sounded like there's also more to it than that.
Yeah, there's more to it than that. You know, the big thing is de-escalation.
Okay.
So the scenarios, you know, it depends how the officer reacts. So it's kind of a little AI in there, you know, type of deal, you know. And if the officer can talk the person down, then, you know, there might not be that physical encounter and so forth like that. So it gives them that opportunity to put the other training, you know, for de-escalation, you know, in a scenario, a safe area, rather than just, okay, hey, I learned this and now we apply it on the street. You know,
And you're saying these guys came in recently? They
I'm
came-
sorry?
You said these guys came in recently, this
Yes.
group?
Yep.
And it was you and, who else was it?
I
Captain
had all
Schrank
my
or-
firearms
not Captain-
instructors, all my taser instructors, and my captain and lieutenant there.
Okay.
So
And
we
for-
all looked at this, yeah.
Yeah, and you think you went through like I mean, I guess it's not like a formal process, but, you know, you had some sort of criteria you're working off
Yep.
of that you know, felt
Absolutely.
like it checked the boxes, so.
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks. Alderman Mulder?
Yeah, quick question, Chief. This is just curiosity for me. How do they, obviously in a, you know, real situation, the stress and anxiety is high for the officer. How does the simulator kind of increase that
Oh, it gets
for
you
the-
there.
Yeah.
Believe me.
How
I mean,
how does it do it? Like,
I
what
mean,
is-
it is
Or
very
it's
realistic.
just so real that you're
It's
feeling it.
very realistic. I mean, when you put it just, you know, like, I don't know if you've had your kids have VR wear or something like that, you know. This is like 10 times better than that, you know, where you're actually looking and as you turn, your view changes, you know, and it adjusts and so forth. So, I mean, once you start doing it, I can tell you that it feels like you're in a real situation. You forget that, hey, this is a training, you know? And that's what we want, is to get that adrenaline up for that reaction. And this training does that, so.
Alderman Douglas, I'm kind of curious, have you ever done that?
So,
I'd love to hear your experience.
I haven't done the VR stuff. It's came up. Is this separate than Axons that is rolled in with the taser and everything? Is this completely separate?
No, it is actually from Axon.
This is
so
Axon's one?
it-
Okay.
Yeah, it kind of includes everything, correct.
I mean, back when I went through the academy in 2008, it was kind of when they first started coming out with the original, what they called the Milo machine.
Right, that's
where
what was
it's
in the Army.
literally a projector on the wall. And basically you can use your gun, didn't even have taser, I think it was pepper spray. And there was no, you're talking to the screen, there's no interaction back to you. So what you say and that they say might not even reflect what you're trying to do. It's come a long way. And I know a lot of departments are looking at it as a, you know, kind of wrapped in with that 5-year program as your tasers are becoming like a subscription-based and your body cameras are becoming subscription-based. It's another feature added onto that. But it has come a long way where, what was it, 5 years ago, they finally at WCTC put like sidewalls, so you had like 3 different.
Yeah, right.
But it still wasn't 360 and it didn't orientate you quite right, so. I
Chief,
haven't
is there a
personally-
And we
way?
actually take, I mean, anybody who goes to the Citizens Academy, we take them to WCTC and they go through the scenario training there as well.
Oh,
so.
I was actually going to comment to that, to Matt, as a plug, to take the Citizens Academy, because we do go to WCTC and do the stimulation, but even more so was when you had us in the garages.
Correct.
That was a little bit, you know, even though you know it's fake, I mean, the adrenaline is there. In my situation, I actually shot Officer Parkhurst, because either I was shooting him or he was shooting me, and, I mean, for about 2-3 days, I was like, I was upset. Like, I mean, you know it's fake, but you feel it.
Is there a way to partner with local other PDs and share like one? Because I'm sure you're not going to use it all the time.
Yeah, obviously we can explore that as well.
Because, you know, if we did it with Summit or we did it with the
That's a
town.
great idea.
That way, if we could have that fixed amount.
Sure.
We could do
We
that
will,
maybe.
we will look into that,
'Cause I-
absolutely.
yeah.
I still have a question about it.
Those other communities may or may not want to pay for it, though.
We'll talk about that at
Yeah.
7:30.
Oh,
Village doesn't have a police department.
Ouch. Ouch.
Oh, boy.
So, I have a question on the
Is there some of that type of training that we could use for the fire department? Are there values that we could bring the fire department that are in
Boy,
situations.
you're opening a door that I could really step into and get in trouble. No,
Okay, let's move on.
I will leave that to the fire chief. That's how I said.
So I have a question about it. So you had mentioned that, kind of like how the different scenarios are programmed, that there's some AI behind it. In light of some of the, stuff that's come out on some of the AI and how biased it can be, I mean, have you had enough experience with this that, and I just gonna be kind of blunt here, like, you talk about de-escalation, which I don't disagree is, important, but at the same time, we want our officers to be safe. Is the AI fair?
So part of that is the scenarios that we do, we can implement in there. There's screens where we can implement like what our policy says. So that way the scenario follows, our policy type of thing on that. So that's where it gets really, I think, good for us.
Okay, good.
Is, it's not, AI can't go outside of those bounds, and go kind of crazy.
So it can't just be like a defund the police in every
Right.
situation. They want you to talk the person
Correct.
down.
No, it's
Okay,
not.
good.
I mean, go ahead, Kevin.
Alderman Ellis?
I think the simulator is a really good idea. I wasn't going to say anything, but I will. If, as a pilot, they need to be in a simulator for a certain amount of time, hours, before they can actually go and fly and a lot of other things, and they're put in situations where hopefully they don't happen, but sometimes they do. I can think of a situation that happened in New York City when a plane had to land on the Hudson River, okay? He had to make a split-second decision, and if it weren't for the fact that he had the training that he did, maybe everybody would have died, but nobody did. I think that the simulator for the police is a real good thing for a few reasons. Number one, this isn't the big city, so you're not going to see everything as they would. So you still have to prepare yourself as if you're going to see everything as they do. The simulator will give you that ability to do that, and in a very safe environment. Also, it trains your brain. So you know, at the end of the day, how to act and react in every situation. And I think that one of the things that we may want to consider going forward, if this is implemented, is having a specific amount of hours at which they would have to be in that simulator for the sole purpose of, once again, not just training the brain, but also getting it to a point where it just becomes second nature. I don't believe, and I love our police force, but I don't believe that a lot of the things that they do is second nature at this point. And it's only because we're not a big city, okay? This would give them that ability to do that. So I'm absolutely 100 unequivocally in favor of a simulator. I also like the idea of sharing it with other areas such as the village and such as the town, okay? Because once again, they're kind of stuck in a quandary also. Something does happen there. And you know this, if you've not had any experience in that, you don't know how to act or react, and you may just act and react in the wrong way, and people could get hurt. So I'm absolutely in favor of the simulator.
Any other comments? Alderman Spiegelberg?
Can you clarify, you said the estimated cost for it is $55,550, but can you clarify, that's the system, extended warranty, I understand that. 5-year payment plan? What is the 5-year payment plan? Are we paying that all up front then with that cost?
You have a choice, of paying, the whole cost up front,
Yeah.
or you can spread it out over 5 years.
Okay,
So
so this would include paying the 5 years up front?
that should include paying the 5 years.
Okay, so
And
if
is
we-
there a subscription on top of that?
basically after 5 years, then we would have to renew the subscription. But that cost covers us for everything for 5 years.
Gotcha.
Okay, okay.
So they've just bundled it.
So if we
to hide
wanted
it.
to, I
Okay.
mean, I'm sorry. I
Sorry, go ahead.
interrupted you.
I
We could
interrupted
split
you.
that out into a yearly payment or an annual payment if we wanted. Okay, my next question is, what is your time frame potentially on wanting that next lieutenant that you talked about? Besides yesterday.
Yeah, I would have said yesterday, yeah, I was going to. Honestly, I would come in here and say, that's the next position I need, is the lieutenant position. I need more of that leadership and that supervision since our department has gotten so young. I mean, and, you know, we've needed it before, but not to the extent that we do now. So honestly, that would be the next position. If I had my choice, it would be the next one that I would ask for.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Yeah, I mean,
Alderman Rozak?
yeah, just, I'm not gonna beat this one to death, but I'm dubious on the use of technology to simulate real-world events. I think, Matt had a good question about whether this can really simulate. I'd love to try it out, just to see what it actually.
Citizens Academy.
I'd love to try it out to see how it would work, but it's a pretty big expense. If we could share it, I would be more in favor of it. I don't think there's anything really, and I've never drawn a weapon on anyone, but you know, most officers never draw their weapon in their career. It's like a quarter or something, and that's including big cities. So, you know, what are we training to do when we probably won't ever have to do that? But I'm dubious on whether or not all the technology stuff, you know, really actually gets anyone ready, or it's just another thing to use and say we're ready. You know, you watch some of the shooting videos, and these guys the adrenaline is pumping like crazy. You can't possibly ever practice that with a little computer game, whatever you want to call it.
No,
you know?
I'm not saying that we're gonna get them up to the full thing, but even you raise it half of that amount, 40% of that amount or whatever, it's interesting to see what people do, and it gives them the ability to then correct that, and realize, hey, I need to control my breathing, I need to do these types of things.
Yeah, again, I'm not completely opposed to the concept of exploring it. I'm dubious on whether those things really.
And
ever
I
work.
know they would be happy to come in and do a demonstration where anybody could attend.
I don't want anyone else
see
to
that.
watch me doing it, though.
That's half the
Or take pictures?
stress.
Everyone watches
Watching
me?
your
Oh,
colleagues
okay.
watch you. Those are
Any
good.
other questions for our chief?
No, thank you.
Alderman Douglas?
So you're talking about that lieutenant's position. Can you break down what your current department is? You have the captain, lieutenant, 3 sergeants. How many patrol officers at full staff?
At full staff, patrol, I think it's 29?
And then detectives is
3?
3? Okay.
So then an admin, but.
Well, those 3 plus the 3 sergeants, another 6.
I mean, I will say this, if you look at all the studies that are out there, and I'm not saying they're right, but, they're like, a supervisor could supervise 7 people, you know what I mean? Effectively at any given time, for law enforcement. That's kind of the number they've been throwing out lately and so forth. For admin, that's 3 of us, and so forth. Like my lieutenant's been working second shifts. For the last 2 months, he's been working second shift to try and, help out and do all that stuff, which is great. But then, the captain and myself are taking on more of his duties that he did during the day as well, which, hey, we do, and so forth like that. So if you ask me, is the work there? Absolutely, for that position. And I think our department could really benefit from that, so.
Yeah, and I wasn't questioning that. I mean, you guys have 3 sergeants and 3 administration. Where I am at 1/3, we have the same.
I'm sorry, what was that?
We have 3 administration and 3 sergeants where I am.
Okay.
And we're 1/3 your size.
Right.
Any other questions or comments? I'd like to entertain a motion to adjourn the committee of the whole.
So moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you all. We'll start in 15 minutes with Common Council meeting at 7:30 sharp.
And any department heads that want to go that don't have items, you're free.
order the City of Oconomowoc Common Council meeting for Tuesday, May 21st, 2024. Has appropriate meeting notification been made?
Yes, Your Honor, it has.
I'd like to ask Mr. Brisk and his granddaughter Charlotte if you'd lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you all and welcome everyone. Would you call roll, please?
Alderman Altman-Cloth. Alderman Ellis. Alderman Spiegelberg.
Here.
Alderman Mulder. Alderman Shellpepper.
Here.
Alderman Maroney.
Here.
Alderman Douglas.
Here.
Alderman Rozak.
Present.
I'd like to entertain a motion for the approval of minutes for May 7th, 2024.
So moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? On to comments and suggestions from citizens. If you'd like to make a comment, there are blue cards. You're welcome to give us any staff if you could bring those up. If you'd like to make a comment, it's a 3-minute period. It's not an interactive period. It's a chance where you can share your thoughts and comments with the council on any topic here in the city of Oconomowoc. So if you're called, please come up to the podium, state your name, address, and let us know what your thoughts are this evening. So I have one card. Are there any more coming? We'll have one more? Great, okay. So we're going to start off first. If you'd come to the podium, please. Mr. Davies. I believe it's Malcolm, is that correct?
Yes, it is, yes.
Looks like the pen didn't work very well, so sorry, I wasn't positive. If you'd state your address and name.
829 West Wisconsin Avenue, the corner of McDowell Court, which
Okay.
is why I'm speaking.
Yep.
The street is in a really bad way. I mean, we moved in 15 years ago, and we were never told it were a private street. So it was a bit of a shock. Summertime is bad because of the dust and the stones that get thrown up, mostly from people who turn up by mistake. I think they can get through Eastman's Alley, which is actually all nice, you know, because you guys did that. And hang on a minute, I've made a few points. And yeah, oh, these are the other people who live on McDowell Court. There's 5 of us there altogether.
Great, thank you.
There's only 5 houses up there. And what else? Winter time, we can't have a snow plow, which we'd have to pay for anyway. And if we do get a plow, it pushes all the loose stuff up to the top, so it damages the street even more. And when it snows, it's actually a bit better because it fills all the holes in. But then it doesn't thaw too quick. And then it thaws a little bit, refreezes, and it's all ice. And the mill people have a bit of a job walking up there. We do what we can, but we can't use a snowblower or anything because it throws all the stones, pebbles and everything towards the homes. Yeah, I don't even believe it. I don't know how the mill people even come up there in winter time because it's just a block ice. Just ice, the whole thing. I mean, the trash. We pay for trash delivery, but that's all we do. And it's John's now with the big heavy vehicles. So it's actually damaging even more. Before it were better, we had the little ones, the little 3-wheeler things used to come up. But now with them big heavy vehicles, you know, it's causing even more damage. And nobody actually told us it was private when we moved in. So it was a bit of a shock, you know. Well, we don't have a homeowners association, obviously, so we could never get everybody together to actually pay, you know, to get it all done. And I think it's been, 1976 this has been going on, when that street was turned private. Because I think it used to be a driveway for where Cindy lives, at the top house. But of course, everybody uses it now. that it? Oh, yeah, we all pay our taxes on time, of course. We would, you know, we would never not pay, we'd be locked up, wouldn't we? I might have a bit of an accent, so you talk a little bit, you know, different than you guys. But I'm the spokesperson because Nick, he just moved in. Nick and his wife, they just moved in about a year ago. Yeah, last September. So it's kind of a shock for them as well. They had, you know, it's like we did. So we'd like you guys to help us because we, you know, come to the end of our tether kind of thing. So if you can help us out and fix it. It's not a big street. I know it costs money, you know, we all know that.
Yeah.
That's why we've never done it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm retired now, so, you know, I have plenty of time to work on the street, but I don't want to do that.
No. Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you. You bet. Thank you very much.
Thank you for listening.
Our next person is Nathan Sherper.
Hi, everybody. I know I sent most of you guys an email earlier this week and had a chance to speak with a few of you on the phone, so I'll keep it brief, but I wanted to put a face to the email that I sent.
I just need your address.
So 125 East Wisconsin Avenue, downtown here, Sherpers.
Okay.
The email was regarding the kiosk for water sports rentals that's going to be voted on tonight, I believe. Just a little backstory on that. We rent canoes, kayaks, and paddle boards here downtown. Have been doing so for over a decade, and over the last 2 years, we had some conversations with Park and Recs. Actually, Craig, who was the past executive director who retired, I believe, at the end of last year, about some ideas regarding having some more kayak and canoe and stand-up paddleboard rental spaces downtown. Right now, we do it out of our store, and I know the city has one, and there's a couple other private businesses that do it, but we just thought there could be some opportunity to all work together on something and have something that was possibly in multiple locations. So I just wanted to express my continued interest in doing so. I know there was something presented now, and in my email I had stated the first time I'd heard of that was through the news article that was printed. So I just wanted to say that it was something that we are still interested in, still have some ideas and wanted to pitch it, whether it's now or in the future. I'm absolutely not here to thwart another business or try to, you know, have somebody else not put something forward, especially if it's promoting outdoor recreation and especially water sports. That's great for our business. That's something that I definitely want to see. But just wanted to say that we would love to collaborate on something again, whether that's now or in the future.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else want to make a comment to council? I do not have any more blue cards. Is any other comments before we move on? Seeing no further comments, I would like to entertain a motion for the consent agenda items 6A, B.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Without objection, I'd like to request from council that we move item of new business 9H forward, the discussion direction regarding McDowell Court. Are there any objections? With no objections heard, we'll start the discussion direction regarding McDowell Court. I'm going to start with Alderman Shellpepper, or we'll present it first by Administrator Fry, and then Alderman Shellpepper has led the charge on this, and then we'll learn a little more directions and legal ramifications from Attorney Riffle.
Thank you, Mayor. Malcolm was accurate in a lot of his comments. That surface over there has reached its end. They've gotten their money's worth out of it. So McDowell Court was originally, the lot where McDowell Court is, was originally platted back in February 13, 1884 to the village of Oconomowoc. We were just a village back then. On that same plat, you know, when everybody says, well, why is this a private street and Eastman's Alley is a public alley, that same plat actually had Eastman's Alley, this alley right here, dedicated as a public way. Lot 34 of that plat is what's now McDowell Court. So the street comes up through here and there's houses on each side of it and two houses on the end. So here's an aerial view of it. Here's Wisconsin Avenue. The Lake Country Classic Academy School is across the street. So comes down. It's, I've seen it described in a couple places as a 20-foot wide easement through here. And then when you get down to where the circle is, the gentleman that lives in this house now, I met when I was out there taking pictures. He told me at one time this was a fountain. But one of the things that's kind of different is, although this is described as an easement coming up, the rest of this area actually sits on these two private parcels. Here's the condition of the street. So this is looking from West Wisconsin Avenue. This part here where it's in good shape, that was done by the DOT when we did the Wisconsin Avenue project. That's where they came and tied back in, but the rest of the surface through here is in bad shape. Here's the fountain that's in the back. You can see the concrete's really broken up. There's a couple spots on this side where it's actually starting to sink. It's got a little cistern area to it, and then right here is a sanitary sewer manhole. So sanitary sewer runs up through the middle of McDowell Court and then stops here at this manhole. There's a lot of different private streets throughout our community. I apologize for the small print and everything. Anything in red are condos and apartments where they have private street network. We have two areas, pretty much Riverview Lane, which comes off of West Wisconsin Avenue just before the bridge, and then McDowell Court. So really when it comes to single-family housing on a private street, those are the only two that I'm aware of. So the discussion tonight, and Alderman Schulpepper will talk in a minute, and then Attorney Riffle will kind of talk about.
I've been promoted.
Yeah, yeah. We'll talk about, some of the options that we have to consider, because it is platted as private. It's been private for as long as I've known in my career here. That doesn't date back to 1976, but 76 was actually the first time I found anything in our files in Public Works where they requested the city look at it, and the city did, and they opted not to want to do anything with it. So it's been out there for a while. Here's a couple things. These are slides that Alderman Schulpepper went out and provided to me, but once again, this is looking back to the south. This is where that fountain's at. You can see the driveways are also in really bad shape, and then the water main and the sanitary sewer are also just as old underneath here. Did you have a question, Alder?
Can we ask questions during this period, or what?
Sure. Yeah, sure.
So if that was, so that's currently, you said it's an easement, so it's an easement to all the different homeowners there.
Correct.
And could that be any type of conforming street with what's there right now? I mean, it's just a driveway, it's not a street,
Correct.
It's a driveway.
Yeah.
So if there's a sewer running down, what do we know about the condition of the sewer? I mean, could this just be something where we do a pulverize and overlay, or does it have to be obviously can't put curb and gutter in there, but.
Yeah, no, this is, really, if you went in and did this and you wanted to look to the future, you need to get rid of the concrete to try and grind this up or do anything with it. It's just too beat up. And, the easier way is to handle it like we do our city streets, just go out and get it removed, get the proper base in there, and put in 4 to 5 inches of asphalt. And that way, down the road, if it needs some maintenance, you can crack fill it, you can do those things, you can pulverize the top 2 inches and redo just that part of the surface. So there's a lot of different treatments you can do once it goes back to being asphalt. If the concrete was in better shape, you can grind it. You can, what they call rubbleize, where they break it up into, like 4 and 5 inch chunks of concrete, but they grind it so that it's milled to a profile in order to drain. But this surface is just way too far gone for something like that. So a couple of the other streets that Alderman Schulpepper looked at. So here's Eastman's Alley. This is looking back from the street. Back through here is where McDowell Court is. did this project quite a few years ago, so it's held up well. There's an unnamed alley, just north of West LaBelle Avenue. This is a very long dead-end alley. It dead ends and drops down into the garage area of a house that's on Maple Terrace. So,
That's city-owned?
yes.
Public, there's no
And we have other alleys. We have alleys on 4th Street, 5th Street that, are ours to take care of. So they're narrow, they're not perfect. So it's not that we don't have areas that, meet all of our standards, we still have those. And then there's this little piece of LaBelle Avenue over by Chaz's house. And then we talked about Riverview Lane. Riverview Lane's gravel. It's private. We have public utilities under there. We do serve that area. But they maintain it, they take care of it, and we don't hear anything out of them. I'm sure if McDowell Court was gravel and they could have a halfway decent surface, we might not be having the conversation tonight, but that's not the case here. So, a while back when we looked at McDowell Court, we'd gotten an estimate. This was a few years ago, and that estimate was about $60,000 on looking at the condition of the street and knowing what prices have done over the last couple of years. Now you're probably looking into the $80,000 to $85,000 to start. We'd have to look at the utilities underneath it, but as with any other publicly owned utilities, that's the responsibility of the utility to relay those. So that would also have to be part of this project if we look to go ahead with something.
So what we're looking at today is to develop this as a discussion items. I'll have Mark stay there just so if we want to pop up and look at anything. Alderman Shellpepper, you had some comments.
Was Attorney Riffle going to lay out our options first, or do you want me to say what I have to say about it?
I'm happy to have attorney. What we want to understand is what the process is, and so that's the process because there's land involved. So yeah, let's go ahead with that. If you're good with that, Chess?
Yeah.
Okay, Attorney
Thanks,
Riffle.
Chaz. So, this is an interesting issue here. Not something that is not that unusual because in my experience, there have been situations where folks have private roads and they always say, hey, we're paying taxes and we should be able to get the same benefits as, the rest of the taxpayers, even though we bought a property that's on a private road. And the history, I don't know about, other than the fact that it's a very, very old plat. This particular outlot that was in that plat, or lot originally, has obviously undergone change since then. So from a legal perspective, the various options that you have is, one, do nothing, which is what the Common Council has done. I saw some records from the 70s when this was brought up, and my predecessor, Attorney Chapman, laid it all out, and the Common Council decided to do nothing. The second option that I know that has been raised before was to get the permission from all of the owners to upgrade it on their cost, to bring it to city standards so that we could accept it and we know that it is good to go from a perspective of not having to maintain it, with unusual costs in the future that would be put on the taxpayers, and then we would take it over and then we would start doing all the plowing and all the maintenance from that perspective. The third option would be you need to, at a minimum, go through the initial processes of eminent domain condemnation, no matter what, because you just can't take deeds from these folks. You have to go through the initial processes. So if every single property owner would agree to waive, what?
Can you switch a slide that shows the property lines that the road is on? I think
The one at the end.
that might help. That's for this part of the discussion.
Right there.
Yeah, I just had that one.
Okay.
I mean, you would have to have, for purposes of the private road up to the south cul-de-sac area there, you would have to have all of those property owners to agree to basically release any right, title, or interest that they may have in, and I'm told it's an easement. I don't know. No matter what we do here, we gotta get title work on every single property to find out what the situation is there. Because at the end of the day, if we're gonna take this over, not only do we have to give notices to all the property owners, but all of their mortgagees, their lenders, all have to get notice under the law. And so if we have unanimous agreement from everybody, we can easily bypass all of the, huge legal requirements by simply having them get their rights, having them waive, and we will not be having any concerns with that. So once we have that, assuming everybody agrees, and after doing the title work and getting no objections, then you have to determine whether the cost of repairing the road would be done by the city on taxpayer dollars, or whether you would, if they agree to share in the cost in some fashion, we could work it out that way, or you could specially assess the entire cost of it back to the benefited property owners, because they're the only ones that are benefited by this. The last part of this would be if you got some people that are willing to agree to dedicating the right-of-way, if you will, and signing off on the condemnation rights that they have, and some are not, then you would have to go ahead and condemn any right, title, and interest that they would have. And I think that is very prevalent with regard to that cul-de-sac area, which I am told, I don't know this, I don't have any title work, that that is not by easement or otherwise, it is part of their property. And if we would have to condemn it, then we would have to go out and get appraisals and do all that. So it's not the easiest puzzle that we get from a legal perspective, but you do have all the tools that you want in your arsenal to get this done if you want to do it. So I don't know, I think that that's all of the various avenues we could go through. And I'm super happy to answer any questions you might have.
Yeah. Mayor.
Alderman Shellpepper.
Yeah. Thanks for that explanation, Attorney Riffle. If the city were to accept the voluntary dedication of McDowell Court as a public city street, would we legally bind the city council to making the same decision in the future if residents of a different private street also ask the city to accept that dedication?
Legally, no.
Thanks for that explanation. And thanks, and if you could all just indulge me here for a minute too. I want to kind of explain how we got to where we're at right now. We all saw the slides from Mark. Appreciate you showing those, Mark. We're not debating tonight whether McDowell Court complies with modern city planning practices. It doesn't. As Mark showed you, there are several non-conforming streets, alleys, and dead ends in the Merchants Plot and Lake Grove subdivisions that are nonetheless public roads. We also aren't debating whether accepting this road sets some sort of future precedent that legally binds the city to making similar decisions in the future. It doesn't. Attorney Riffle just stated that. I'd also argue that accepting the dedication of McDowell isn't going to open the floodgates to other similar requests, because there's only one other street in the city of Oconomowoc that bears any resemblance to the fact pattern before us. That's Riverview Lane, which Mark just showed you. And as far as I'm aware, the residents of that street have not once asked the city to accept the dedication of that roadway as a public street. So even though we're not setting a precedent that would legally bind the city to a similar decision in the future, there's only one other street in the city, even remotely close to the situation in McDowell. So what we're debating tonight is whether to do the right thing, whether to acknowledge this area in the 2nd District already has non-conforming public streets as it pertains to modern city planning standards, and treat the residents of McDowell the same as we treat the residents of West LaBelle, Eastman's Alley, Glenview, all of which have non-conforming public roadways maintained by the city. The McDowell parcel was first plotted in the late 1800s, near the turn of the century, and for whatever reason, It was originally envisioned as a single parcel, but was subsequently divided into several different properties. The actual street was never dedicated to the city. So unlike when we're doing, present new developments and new neighborhoods when they're created, there was no developers agreement signed formally articulating who was responsible for the road. There was no homeowners association established that could compel cooperation among the various property owners. Eventually, in 1976, the situation had become so dire that the property owners asked the city for relief by accepting the dedication of McDowell Court as a public road. The city rejected the request. And mind you, it was $2,000 back then to get the road repaired. Over the next 48 years, the property owners continued to approach the city, which demonstrates the intractable and persistent nature of this problem. The residents of McDowell Court are not asking for a handout. The large majority of them have been willing to contribute funds to repair the road. But a one-off repair of the road is not sufficient to solve this problem. That's why over 125 years after McDowell was first marked on the map, it continues to be a problem. The road's unsafe. Last year, Carol Reamer, a resident of McDowell in her 80s, she's not here tonight because she had already had prior plans for a vacation. She's previously worked at Rody's Floral. She slipped and broke her collarbone due to the condition of McDowell Court. So I'm asking you to accept the dedication of the street for Carol and her neighbors, to show them the city is listening and willing to grant them the relief they and their predecessors have been seeking for 50 years, to treat the residents of McDowell like we treat the other non-conforming single-family residential streets in the area, and to provide a lasting and fair solution to the problem. So I'm asking this council, all of you, to please support me in directing Attorney Riffle and Administrator Fry to take the steps necessary to allow the city to accept the voluntary dedication of McDowell Court as a public street and use $85,000 from the city's $8 million general fund reserve to pay for the road improvements. So I thank you for your consideration. I thank the mayor for bringing this item forward and everybody's interest in this.
Alderman Ellis.
Question, what I heard was that the only way we could do anything is through condemnation?
We have to go through at least a friendly condemnation process.
Okay, so my question is, once we go through that process, and you said friendly, which I think is an important word.
Right.
The homeowners don't lose their properties.
It depends on whether or not there are some areas of this road that are legally described in their property. For instance, the cul-de-sac at the end, I've been told, I don't know, I don't have a title report.
Right.
That entire thing is on somebody's property. So they would have to give that up.
Yeah.
Could we, as a council, as a city, give that back to them?
No. Once it's a public road, you may not give a public road back without vacating it. But then it's a private road again.
So we go ahead and we condemn this area, at which point in time it now becomes city property. What happens to them as far as their tax base is concerned? Does that reduce it?
If they give up some of their land,
Right.
arguably, their tax will, I don't want to guess what your assessor will do.
Right,
My
right,
guess is there will be a minimal or no reduction just because they gave up, I don't know, how many square feet of their property.
Can we just, okay, so I'm just going to throw this out there. Can we just, as a good gesture, we're only talking 85,000 here with the amount of money that we have, as a good gesture, just fix the road?
That was my second thing, just fix the road on taxpayer dollars. Just do it.
They are taxpayers.
I know, but it's not a public road. You got other taxpayers paying something for a private entity. You gonna fix somebody's roof on taxpayer dollars? Just throwing it out there.
Yeah, we just have to.
Yeah, no, it's a valid point. I'm just saying that I don't know, I'm a little concerned that if we go through this condemnation, friendly condemnation, that at the end of the day, we're not actually giving that back to the residents. We're actually keeping that.
We are.
And in some way, maybe I'm just not understanding.
They're
Please.
getting the benefit, they get a brand-new road, they just don't own it, they don't have to pay to plow it.
Right.
We're taking a private road and making it a public road. Alderman Altman Cloth.
So if we were to go with like scenario one where you talked about,
Do nothing.
no, or then two,
Okay.
two, you know, acquiring this as city land, or number three.
No, number two is
Just fix
get permission from everybody for us to go in
Right.
and repair their road at our expense, taxpayer expense.
Okay.
That's
And
number
then-
two.
Then number three?
Number three is to get them all to approve. And then 3A is for them to pay for it. 3B is for the city taxpayers to pay for it.
There's just way too
But then
many
it would be a
to
city road.
But what Kevin had said about, you know, could we just go in and just fix it?
Yeah.
Just, you know, but what are we looking at spending in potential attorney fees if we take it over as city land?
I don't know. Costs what it costs. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, we're talking
And I get
tens of
what you're saying
thousands of dollars.
with your scenario with the, you know, with paying for someone else's roof, but this is, I mean, this is a very unique situation that I don't think any homeowner's gonna come to us and say, pay for my private, whatever.
I'll say it, you can come pay for my roof.
You like that, huh?
That wasn't my question, Mayor. So
Alderman
here, yeah,
Rozak and then Alderman Mulder next.
I'm in favor of doing the condemnation and then getting the voluntary agreement of the folks. Everyone's gonna have to agree to it on the road. I don't know that we need to keep a cul-de-sac there. I think we could do just a straight road and then driveways. Yeah, reconfigure, so they're not gonna lose as much land. I mean, the one guy looks like he's parking cars here in this little spot. He's probably gonna wanna keep that, you know? So we'd reconfigure the road, probably fix any sewer under there that's bad or needs to be fixed. Yeah, so this isn't just probably 65 grand, all in, it's probably gonna be more like 200 or more. But, yeah, right, I understand, but it's still one way or another coming out of ratepayers and taxpayers. So it's expensive, but I think it is, I agree with Chaz, I think it's the right thing to do. And they're gonna have to be on board. I mean, the road could be expanded in spots too. People might lose more of their yard on the side there, you know, depending upon how we design the road. It's gotta be to city spec. You know, they're all gonna have to be on board. I'm on board doing it for them. They're gonna have to be on board with those things and not complain that now we have to comply with city parking regulations, you know, or we can't park on our private road, McDowell Court, in the middle of winter like we used to. So those things become issues, right? So as long as they're all on board with that, you know, I think we should take it over. It's kind of silly that we have this road, to be honest with you, that's in this poor state of repair.
Alderman Mulder.
Yeah, I'm gonna sound harsher than I really think here, so I apologize for that, but it is a private piece of property that was allowed to deteriorate for 50 years, and now we're being asked to solve the problem. If we deem a 4-foot patch of sidewalk to be in disrepair, we tear it out without asking the homeowner, repair it, and then put $500 on their taxes that they pay, $100 a year until it's gone. Like, so I don't think anybody else will come forward and say, now you gotta do they're not gonna see this as precedent, but it is a big ask, right? There are all kinds of things in the community that people have allowed to deteriorate that we could be fixing for them. And I have a question, Stan, so that was just a statement. A question, is there a chance that the banks would say, no to this because that's a problem. One bank.
In
said
my
no, and the whole
experience,
thing.
that's not gonna happen. They're not even gonna get back to us, and it's just not gonna happen. So I'm not worried about that. But legally, you know, once we get to all the, how many? There's 5 homes? 6 houses. There's 6 title reports that are commitments that are
$1,500 a pop.
Yeah, easy.
Yeah,
And, you know,
Oh,
we'll have to send all the notices to all the banks, but I don't think, to answer your question, there's no way. They're not gonna complain about it.
I would suggest that to council, just as an option to move forward, is that we direct the staff to investigate it further, come up with a road design. I agree with Alderman Rozak. I feel 100% that everybody on the road has to be in agreement, because we don't want to end up with a problem down the road. but there may be a different design. There you go.
Pun.
But I also don't see, if I was a homeowner, that I'd want to give up that whole cul-de-sac. So maybe we can come up with a better option that would work for everybody. But I would suggest we direct our staff to look into that, come back and show us some of the options, and then possibly have a meeting with all of the homeowners and point by point explain what it means to go from a private road to a public road, so we don't have any surprises. And I'd like staff also to give us a realistic estimate of what this is going to cost. So we have titles, we have attorney's fees, we have rebuild. I know we can't be 100% positive. Philosophically and in my heart, I think we should do it. I think we should help this group of people, and I think it's a right thing from a city perspective, but I don't think we have enough information here yet, and we have to get 100% support of every one of those homeowners when they didn't have 100% support to fund it themselves. So that's my main concern, because if you have one or two people that say no, we're going to burn a lot of city money, taxpayer money, and not be successful. So let's do some groundwork ahead of time, have our act together, if staff agrees to doing that, and then we'll put it forward. Attorney Riffle.
Two things, and this is not policy at all. I do not recommend that you touch that cul-de-sac unless it becomes a public road, number one. Number two, I don't believe that you are indicating that we go out to a road, design consultant.
No.
It's just sort of a
Internal.
on the envelope kind of a thing.
Yeah, internal.
Okay.
Yeah, because what I'm sort of seeing is possibly just ending it at the cul-de-sac and have that be the dead end, because that then eliminates some of the other potential conflicts.
As long as plows can turn around without going onto private property, I don't know what kind of
There's no
problem
way
that is.
that you can turn around on there without going on private property, nor can you turn around on the street behind it without going on private property. I have driven both of them. I did it yesterday. And frankly, I went into McDowell Court and got frustrated because I couldn't even go around the cul-de-sac. There was a boat in one area, there was a car in there. You could not turn around because it's used as a private driveway, and that's okay. That's how
Which is why, Mayor, I say all or nothing.
Gotcha. Alderman Spiegelberg.
You asked and questions and made comments on certain things that I was already thinking. I agree with giving direction from that standpoint. I kind of lost my train of thought. I think that's the next possible thing to do. I think there are a lot of potential costs that we talked about that we need to see. And my other question is, do you guys feel like all 6 homeowners would be agreeable to working together towards one or a couple of these solutions that we've already put forward?
You're welcome. If you can come up to the podium, please. If you're speaking for the group, please say so, and if not, everybody needs to just chime in, because we're happy to look at it, which is our city resources, but if you are not somewhat aligned, I don't want to expend taxpayer money to pursue it.
Okay, my name is Cindy, and I live right at the end of the street at 39 McDowell. We do have one neighbor on the left who may need to have a little bit more explanation on what he owns and what the city owns.
Okay.
Because he's fought us on everything that we've ever tried. That's
He's
all.
what?
Sorry?
He has what?
He's fought us on everything we've tried.
Okay. I did remember what my other, so if we want to give direction to continue to pursue this and the costs, do we need a straw poll from all of us?
Yeah, we definitely do, because
Yeah,
I
yeah.
need to make sure that
Okay.
we're for. So thank you for that. Would you take the cursor and show me that location of which person?
So this is my house.
Okay,
The house that's here to the left
okay.
is the one that always fights us on everything.
Is not on board right now. Okay. Is that a
He
fair
would- I
statement?
don't know that he would even come.
Okay. Alderman Ellis, thank you. You may sit down.
Well, I do agree that we need more information.
We don't.
Absolutely.
That's not
Before,
completely accurate, Al.
before I'm willing to make any type of
He knows that we're-
decision.
Okay.
My concern, and it's always been my concern, is the power of government. The bottom line here is we can go ahead and we can condemn this, but then the homeowners lose their rights. And I have a problem with that. I just have a moral problem with the government coming in and saying, okay, we'll fix this, but now it's ours.
But what happens is-
There's got to be a way, maybe with more information, that I'll feel more comfortable with saying, okay, let's fix this road. Because as it stands right now, you know, Matt's already said it, well, we should we should condemn this, and by the way, let's go ahead and let's take this away and let's move this over, and it's ours now. And I just have a problem with that. These people have worked, these people have
That's
had
why
their
it has to-
homes
it has
for
to
a
be
long
friendly.
time.
That's the term, friendly.
And, well, regardless if it's friendly.
A friendly means
a
they
friendly
agree to
fire,
it.
I mean,
They
you can
want
shoot
to.
somebody in the back and
A
say, I was
friendly
friendly
means they
with them.
agree to it, Kevin, sorry.
You know, let me finish, okay?
And-
So I feel that there's got to be a better solution
Okay.
than condemnation.
May I cut you off?
No, not yet.
okay.
I'm not finished yet,
Okay.
okay? I think that we should really look at some way the road needs to be done. It's obvious. It's absolutely obvious the road needs to be done. But I just don't feel, and I'll leave it at this, I just don't feel that we should just say, let's condemn it, and, oh, by the way, I'm glad you guys live there, but it's our baby now, and make sure you pay your taxes at the end of the year. I got a problem with that.
And that's really not what we're doing. I'd like to, that's not what this process is set up to do. Alderman Douglas.
I guess to that comment, we're not coming in and saying it's ours. They're coming to us and saying,
coming to us.
take it.
Yes.
So, one person that,
Yeah.
Well, then, I keep
So
my
what I'd
mouth
like to
shut.
do is just have a straw poll that you'd like to give the staff permission to do some further analysis and bring it back to the council.
That's not very clear, Mayor. I mean, I
What?
think we should be saying, hey, like, you know, we are looking to condemn this road and take it over as a city property. I mean, that's the direction we want to go and investigate.
You have no rights.
And whether, and then find out whether, you know, that's the, you know, a process.
I
that-
think we'll get to that at the next meeting, but I think it's important that, because I've heard we want more information, and we don't know if everybody's on board. Attorney Riffle.
I've been promoted twice tonight.
Not on
Oh,
purpose.
if it is true that all of the property owners, other than one, and we're being told to investigate that. First, we're being told to put together the story, to go to these folks here and say, look, the direction of the common council is, if you guys want us to take this road over, this is how it's gonna go, this is what we're going to do, and you will need to do X, Y, and Z to, in terms of just doing the paperwork that we have to do to take it over, and at that point, we will put city money into fixing this thing. But if you have one property owner, then the decision is going to be whether or not you're going to take the 5 folks and do it for them, and the 6th person, you're gonna actually go through the whole condemnation process to get rid of his rights or her rights. So I just want you to know, that's where we're going, and I think we will know more once we know what kind of design we're talking about. We'll investigate the title costs, we will not order title policies, and we will have somebody talk to the individual property owners after we know kind of what we're talking about here in terms of what, you know, the design will be and that sort of thing. And then we'll come back and say, okay, you got 6 all aligned, which I think from tonight, that would be an easy decision, right? You're gonna do it. But if it's 5,
Right. a change.
Then
You
we
got
have
an
to
issue.
make
Right.
decisions. So I think, that's why I think if you guys in the initial are willing to say, vote on a straw poll and say, yes, let's continue the analysis. Attorney Riffle articulated that very well like an alderman.
like an alderman. I'm an
Alderman
alderperson,
Mulder.
thank you.
Could you come back up? I have a question about, since you live on that cul-de-sac. As I'm looking at that, if the city were to take over the cul-de-sac, or what it would become a cul-de-sac, your house would be, you have about 4 feet of sidewalk before it gets to that cul-de-sac. as you look at that, are you willing to give up that 15% of your property and give it to the city to solve this problem for your neighbors and you?
I don't see why not, because the circle in the center is already caving in. So in order to make it better for anybody, and even to drive around it, sure.
And have a city road?
Okay, good question.
Is the
I'd
other
like
owner
to-
here that owns that part of the cul-de-sac?
Carol is the one that
She's
is
the one.
out.
And
Okay.
she's been a
I'd
driving
like to
force
ask for a
behind this.
straw poll to request staff moves forward. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No, so that moves forward. Folks, you're welcome to go home if you want. Be careful with the weather.
Thanks for coming.
And then we will follow up. Hats off to your alderman, who has worked extremely hard to try to bring this to you. So he's been after me for a long time. So, well done. Okay, let's go back to the agenda, everyone. We're on to committee reports. Utility, consider act on resolution 24-R3197 for the Wisconsin DNR Compliance Maintenance Annual Report for the 2023 wastewater operations. Mr. Freeber.
The compliance maintenance annual report is the same, is a report that we have to do by the DNR's requirements every year. It's basically a report card of the wastewater treatment plant for you guys to look at, to see how the plant did, so that the DNR knows that you guys are keeping track of what's happening at the treatment plant. It basically goes through the entire treatment process from the beginning to the end, and as we have, and since I've been here, we've scored a 4.0 on the entire CMR, or the Compliance Maintenance Annual Report.
Council, do you have any questions with regard to the report? With Alderman Mulder, Maroney.
No, I just wanted to commend you guys on another perfect score, and you had said earlier that you continue to do great work, and so appreciate that.
Thank you, I'll let them know.
Great. I'd like to entertain a motion, please.
Rozak, so moved.
Second.
Call roll, please.
Alderman Altman Cloth.
Aye.
Alderman Ellis.
Aye.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
Aye.
Alderman Mulder.
Aye.
Alderman Shellpepper.
Aye.
Alderman Maroney.
Aye.
Alderman Douglas.
Aye.
Alderman Rozak.
Aye.
Let's move on to consider act on resolution 24-R3200, awarding construction management services for the 2024 septic receiving station project and approval and approve associated budget amendment. Mr. Freeber.
So this is the construction management for the septic receiving station that you guys took and approved last council meeting. We did as we always have. We sent out requests for proposals from, and we advertised it in the newspaper just like we always have. We only received one proposal for this. And I did go out and ask some of the firms that had taken out the information about it, and one said that they just didn't have another person with 10 years' experience to do be able to even put a bid in, and the other one said they just don't have time. As I mentioned in the utility committee meeting, the design contractor said they would have loved to put a price in, but the way we had it set up is if you do design, you couldn't do construction management, so we had that in our original proposal. That's why they didn't put anything in. The price that we got was from R&M, Rooker and Milky, excuse me. And their number was $320,056 to do the construction management. And they're gonna actually do that with 3 different inspectors so that they were able to still do the work.
Questions or comments for Mr. Freeber? Like to entertain a motion?
So moved, Altman Cloth.
Second.
Call roll, please.
Alderman Altman Cloth.
Aye.
Alderman Ellis.
Aye.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
Aye.
Alderman Mulder.
Aye.
Alderman Shellpepper.
Aye.
Alderman Maroney.
Aye.
Mr. Freeber, if you'd stay up for a second.
Alderman Douglas.
Aye.
Alderman Rozak.
Aye.
Mr. Freeber, as the mayor of the city of Oconomowoc, and on behalf of all citizens, councilmen, businesses, and city staff, I want to recognize all of our wastewater staff for your professionalism, your dedication, and hard work to ensure the health, safety, and well-being by providing clean water that we depend on and access every day. Hats off to our wastewater team each and every day, and especially on Wastewater Professionals Appreciation Day, which is tomorrow, May 22nd, 2024. Hats off, congratulations.
To let the entire team know, thank you.
Thank you.
Commission items, let's consider act on the final plat for the Arrowhead Phase 3 located at Airwood Circle West and Elderberry Road. Mr. Gallo.
Thank you, Mayor. Council, we have an application for the final plat for Arrowwood subdivision. It's Phase 3. This is the final plat that would approve and create 20 single-family homes plus an additional 12 lots that would allow up to 6 twin homes. These are those shared lot lines that would have a proper dwelling straddling the lot line. So we approved the preliminary plat for this in July of 2021, so it's about 3 years. This is the third phase. They've been bringing these in phases. This final plat is consistent with that preliminary plat that we looked at years ago. Not only are the lot layouts, the lot shapes, but even down to the road names. Everything is the same as the council approved this in 2021. So the Plan Commission did review this on May 8th, and they did recommend approval of the final plat. Matt Cudney from Veridian Homes is here in the audience, available to answer any questions that you have. The Plan Commission did discuss something about the plat, and they talked about the construction vehicles going through the subdivision on Oconomowoc Parkway. Staff did reach out to them, and they did come up with a plan to notify all their contractors about you taking Valley Road all the way as far west as possible and then going in the western entranceway to avoid any residential areas. They voluntarily did that on their own, but I'm sure he can speak to that if you have questions.
Any questions or comments from Mr. Gallo? Alderman Altman-Cloth.
I just want to say that I appreciate them taking that and letting the construction people know, because that's been a huge source of contention with this project is the construction vehicles on Oconomowoc Parkway. And I mean, it does put the Lake Country Trail at risk in 2 different spots. It also puts a school at risk. And by just continuing on Valley Road, not only does it limit the number of times that those big vehicles have to turn, but it does keep the trail and the school a lot safer.
Any other Alderman Rozak.
Yeah, really quick, I might have asked this back when we approved the original plat, but Matt, you're here? Tell me just a little bit about these twin homes.
If you could come up to the podium, please, and state your name and address company.
Great first name, by the way.
I agree. Yeah, Matt Cudney with Veridian Homes.
Tell me just a little bit about the twin homes. We've already approved it, the original kind of deal, so it sounds to me like it's a little bit more entry-level home, smaller lot size, so smaller price tag. What are people entering those homes at? Because we get a lot of questions about, entry-level homes that people can afford to move out here with young families, and I'm just curious, for the record, you putting something on about that.
Yeah, and if you recall, when we were initially taking this project through the preliminary approvals, that is one of the things that we were trying to do, is trying to hit a more entry-level price point. As everybody knows, between 2021 and now, prices have increased considerably, but we still are able to offer these twin homes in the 400s, which is a price point that we were really, really trying to hit. So we are hopeful that that offers an opportunity for many first-time homebuyers and people on more limited incomes to be able to afford that.
Thank you.
Yep.
And Matt, thank you. You've been very responsive over the years, and Veridian's been a nice partner. Thank you.
We enjoy being here in Oconomowoc.
Great. Oh, Alderman Mulder, sorry, I didn't miss you.
I echo Alderman Altman-Cloth, and thank you for doing that. If we continue to have complaints, we can be back in contact with you, and you'll help us remediate that.
I will do my best.
Thank you.
I'd like to entertain a motion.
Rozak, so moved.
Second.
Any further questions or comments? Call roll, please.
Alderman Altman-Cloth.
Aye.
Alderman Ellis.
Aye.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
Aye.
Alderman Mulder.
Aye.
Alderman Shell Pepper.
Aye.
Alderman Maroney.
Aye.
Alderman Douglas.
Aye.
Alderman Rozak.
Aye.
Next item up from Plan Commission is consider act on the Chapman Extraterritorial Certified Survey Map located at North 58 West 39877 Wisconsin Avenue, Town of Oconomowoc. Mr. Gallo.
Right, Planning Department did receive an certified survey map that's actually in the town of Oconomowoc, but it's about a third of a mile from our boundaries. So it lands within our extraterritorial review area. This is the former Schweifel's Restaurant. It's being taken under new ownership. They are asking to do a 30-foot wide addition of the back area to put some full-scale golf simulators in it. When they came in for their building permits, it was noticed their lot lines, there was some concerns about where they were, so they asked them to do a certified survey map. So this is not dividing any property or creating any new lots. This is simply a reconfiguration, a confirmation of their existing lot lines. So the Plan Commission did recommend it. They had no issues with this. They recommended approval to you this evening.
Questions or comments? I'd like to entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Any further comments? Call roll, please.
Alderman Altman-Cloth.
Aye.
Alderman Ellis.
Aye.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
Aye.
Alderman Mulder.
Aye.
Alderman Shell Pepper.
Aye.
Alderman Maroney.
Aye.
Alderman Douglas.
Aye.
Alderman Rozak.
On to new
Aye.
business, consider act on the high water paddleboard kiosk commercial agreement between the City of Oconomowoc and BLK Enterprises LLC. Mr. Betcher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Common Council. So tonight I have here a agreement with High Water Paddleboard. This is for a paddleboard kiosk that would be along Lake Fowler. This is something the city's been exploring in the past. And in the past, it's always been something that has been passed on by both the Parks Board and the Friends Group due to the fact that the companies that have approached us in the past have asked for quite a bit of a substantial investment to begin with. So with us not knowing how this would work, this is something that we've always kind of said no to. In fact, tourism did approach me again this past year when Rent Fund did approach us again, and I did bring this back to the Friends Group, and they said, no, not if we have to make this investment. So the company that we're looking at tonight, Ryan Stefaniak, is the person who approached the city Parks Department about an option that he would provide this service at no cost to us. All we would have to do is provide the property for this, and he would take on the responsibility of operating this kiosk. This is to set up a 4 paddleboard kiosk that would be on Fowler Lake. We would receive 10% of the gross sales of this, and then it would be a 1-year agreement to start. So here tonight is Ryan to present what he is presenting to us.
Thank you, Ryan. If you can come up and please identify yourself and share with the council what your vision is.
Thank you, Eric. Ryan Stefaniak, BLK Enterprises. Just to kind of start off, give you a little background about myself. I've been a resident of Oconomowoc since 2017. My wife and daughter are here with me today for moral support, along with my father-in-law. But we're your basic lake country family. You know, we live right in Lakewood Estates, and we're, spend a lot of time on the water and whatnot. Pretty standard issue. And 2 years ago, we have my daughter Scarlett. She goes to Park Lawn, and my new wife, as of 2 weeks ago, she also she had a daughter prior, but she has recently passed due to a terminal brain cancer. So we're striving to find something to do, to get our minds, keep our minds busy and keep our minds focused and just kind of in her honor. So the BLK of the Enterprises thing, that's her initials, is Braley Louise King. So if there's any question of that, that's kind of the intent. So with this whole thing, with the paddleboard rental kiosk, I travel quite a bit for work, and I see, I don't know if you're familiar with the bubbler scooters or bubbler bikes and bird scooters and that type of thing. And I end up for business myself, I'm using them all the time, it's super user-friendly. Pull out your phone, zap a QR code, and off you go, and leave the thing wherever it might be, and you're good to go. I stumbled upon this, I can't even remember. It's been since last Christmas, around that time, December. I want to say it was maybe Facebook or even maybe a TikTok that I saw, but I decided I kind of put it in the back burner and just kind of mull it over for quite a while, and I eventually broke down and did a discovery call with the Highwater folks. Now, the Highwater's based out of Miami, but all the products and everything's made locally in Oak Creek, actually, so it's local to Wisconsin, which is kind of nice. But so I kind of mulled this over and brought it to my other half's attention, and she was kind of, risky, that type of thing, and dug into it a little deeper and decided, hey, let's go for this. But first, let's see if there's any communities or anyone that's interested. So, grand scheme of things, I'm putting emails out to every park and rec, every campground, beach out there. And to be honest, I only wanted, the Oconomowoc was the baby. I don't have any desire to franchise and have 15 of these things. It's basically just want to be dig out our niche of the community and be part of the whole spectrum. So just the whole intention is just, minute, friendly. I appreciate Sherper coming out. I have no, maybe down the line, there's a way we can kind of all, can't think of the word I'm trying to, go together and be cooperative in further adventures. But as far as today's deal is just for a 4-board modular solar-powered kiosk. So if you went through the packet, I'm not sure if you did, but this is pretty much what it looks like. The base of it is anchored by 3-foot corkscrew anchors into the ground. You can be, sand, grass, whatever. And it's 11 feet tall. The boards are 10.5-inch boards. They're modular, like I said, solar powered, so they can be placed anywhere. It really allows, there's no, Siri thinks I'm asking her questions. There's no concerns of, having generators or anything like that around. It's all kind of green and friendly, environmentally friendly. But each little kind of sprocket, I guess I would call it, has a Bluetooth lock on it that it's, you just use your phone just like you do with those scooters and whatnot. Once you pay and kind of go from there, it unlocks the board, take your board, go do what you got to do, come back. The app that comes with it keeps you going as far as what timing, where you're at with your rental period, and when to bring it back, and kind of keeps you on point that way. You put it back up there, just like the bikes. You take a picture of it once it's up, you manually lock it, and then off to the next person it would go.
I'm afraid if I had a phone on me and I did a paddleboard, it would get wet.
Right, well, Eric actually brought that up. So you'd have to leave it in the car or, get one of those necklaces at the floaty deals or whatever, kind of get creative that way. But I think you're kind of, if you're doing this, you're planning for that, hopefully. This rack can also, you'll see they have bag games and chairs. You can manipulate them to do other things. Highwater on a grand spectrum, they have kayak lockers and chair rental racks for beaches and a whole litany of options, but we're just looking strictly at this 4-board system. It's, like I said, user-friendly app. Pretty much how it works is you download the app, there's a QR code right on the rack itself. As long as you got service, you're good. Download it. You buy, initially you put your credit card information in and you buy tokens. And one token is $1 through this Highwater support. I mean, this is I would basically be paying them to use their software. and their platform. But you get one token per dollar. It would be, $20 an hour for the paddleboard rental. Once, I kind of had questions myself in the beginning, and once, you don't have to continually go through the process of buying tokens. Once you're bought it once, your credit card's on file, and if you wanted to use it longer, it just kind of hits that credit card and keeps going. There's a waiver that is mentioned when you first sign up that has all that in it. So, but select what you want, duration of time, and then out you go. Pretty much just what I went over, simplest of forms, yet again, and then this was supposed to be a YouTube video of kind of, oh, here we go. Bear with me, I guess.
So if they have an issue or a problem, is there somebody available that they can contact? We don't want them calling the city.
Right, yep, so I'm gonna skip this, this didn't work.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears.
I'll get to that
That's
in a
before I went to TireRack.com.
Welcome to Highwater.
This is on
Renting
the
a
app.
paddleboard is easy. Download the Highwater app. Create an account and purchase board tokens. Select the number of boards and rental time. The app will use Bluetooth to open the lock. Pull the silver latch to open the door. Using 2 hands, remove the paddleboard and set it on the ground. Grab the paddle. Secure the life jacket and buckles. Keeping your fingers clear, carefully close the door. Use the board's easy-to-carry handle and say hello to the water. Highwater, paddleboard rental made easy.
Council, do you have any questions or comments for the applicant? Alderman Maroney.
Nice to see you again.
Yes.
We're at the Park and Rec. We had some general concerns, about as far as safety and, insurance and liability and that kind of thing. I know these kinds of things have been thought of in the past, in the same location. And obviously Sherpers is here too. And you did mention, if there's a way that maybe you could partner with Sherpers.
Yeah.
Get them involved with it as well. I also think location-wise, we were talking about down at the boat launch there.
Yep, I got it in the next couple of slides.
Right. And so I know there were some concerns about like the specific location, from the lake. We had talked about that. So I think there's some things to iron out. And I think there's reasons in the past that this hasn't been done. But if we can kind of just iron those out, this is a possibility, I think, and along with Sherpers, and I'd just like to get another local business involved, because they've been a part of the community for a long
and
time.
that, there was by no means was there ever any intent to, go against others.
Right, no,
or
you
anything
said
like
that. You mentioned that night as well, too.
Yeah,
so.
no, the way me and Eric had kind of went through it, and it's, at this point, we're down, it's like a trial thing. We're gonna try this 4 boards and see how it goes, would be the proposal. And, if it does well and there's, reason or, benefit to expanding or working with another, business, we would absolutely be open to that.
Attorney Riffle?
When I reviewed and revised the agreement, there is a provision that says that the Park and Rec Department must designate the area specifically and include an exhibit precisely where they have to be located. So I just wanted to let you know that we thought about that and agree with you 100%.
And one suggestion I would have to council is if you do move forward on this, I would suggest that we ask the applicant to come back after the season and give us a report as to how it's doing this. I'm viewing this more as a beta test or as a season trial. That's how I'm viewing it from what I've read. Is that how you're viewing it?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're not by no means trying to be millionaires by any means. Like I had mentioned, we just want to get a niche in the community and go from there. And if it goes, awesome, but if it tanks, so be it.
Alderman Altman-Cloth, I love your candor.
I appreciate you coming out and talking during public comment, and we did get the email from Sherpers, what was that, earlier this week or last week? And I know that we had some change in leadership with, we're going to the basement again, I'm just kidding.
So Chief, if you could just check the weather, please?
I know we had a change in, who our director of Park and Recs is.
It's
But
brisk, I'm telling you.
I really struggle with the fact that if Sherpers has reached out to the city a few times over the last couple years, that we don't kind of circle back and have a conversation with them. Sherpers has been around for, you guys, I can't ever remember a time where Sherpers wasn't in Oconomowoc. And just I'm not comfortable with this conversation today, knowing that we're potentially kind of slighting a longtime local business. So I would be a hard no today. And I wish we weren't just voting on you tonight, because it would be nice to see what Sherpers would bring, maybe kind of give us more to work with, so.
Other, Alderman Mulder?
No, you were first.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I agree with that. I did look at the placement. I would not vote for any kiosk in that placement. This looks like it would probably be 6 feet by 6 feet, roughly, giant 11-foot yellow banana blocking our boardwalk. Just doesn't seem like it doesn't fit there. The sport does, that location doesn't. I also, we rent, as a city, we rent paddle boards, and if this program would take just 10% of, if 10% of his business took away from the city, we'd be losing money. So the financial incentive on this, it could be additive, but it also could be a negative to the city as far as, and I don't really see this as making money, but it's another thing to think about because it's in the proposal, right? So I'm kind of where you are, Jennifer. I just feel like this is, there's a lot here to act on right now, and a lot of components that could be yeses, but not as the package sits right now.
Alderman Spiegelberg?
Are you talking about taking away from city beach rentals?
City beach rentals.
Okay, I think that's a whole different story. I understand what you're saying, but I think they're gonna rent at City Beach and go on Lac LaBelle. And this is a whole different,
They're gonna rent a paddleboard somewhere, right? If you want a paddleboard in Oconomowoc, you can choose where you're gonna rent.
okay, I still think it's kind of two different things, but I agree that the location that we've got on here is probably not a good idea because it is dragging it across the boardwalk, like Rosick said. However, I think when we were in the Park and Rec meeting, one of the reasons why we thought that wasn't okay was because we didn't know if we wanted to put something right on the lake and block a view, When we were at Park and Rec, we did not think at that time that it was gonna have to come to council for approval, and it was approved, and I think Ryan has already made some investment.
Yeah, yep.
Okay, and I do appreciate where Nate's coming from too. However, I would vote to give this a shot, give this a look for the first year, have him come back at the end of the season and report to us. And I also think that even if you're not directly collaborating with Sherpers at this time, what I do think could happen for Sherpers is that people take out a paddleboard for the first time ever. They go, okay, I've never tried this. I don't want to invest in one yet because I want to try it. So maybe they're trying it out and they go, wow, this is really cool. Now I'm going to go buy one from Sherpers. So I think too that could also benefit him. I'm going to be in support of this for this year, especially because he's made that investment. There's been a little bit of few glitches with communication. I understand that. But I would love to see how this goes the first year, have you come back and talk about it and see where we go from there.
Yeah, well,
Sorry, Alderman Douglas?
I'm just wondering if he can finish his presentation before we talk.
oh, there's more? Like, it's like 2 slides, 3 slides.
Oh, I thought it was done.
No, yeah,
Sorry.
no.
Sorry, we did kind
Oh, all
of, we did
good.
too.
Apologize if
No,
I
no.
cut you off too quickly.
Sunset, right?
Yeah.
Well, that Caribbean music got you,
Yeah, I thought
Time
it-
for a cocktail.
The video was the closer. Okay.
Well, to answer a couple of questions, so with Eric and I had kind of been out there, and the initial proposal was this location is what we're talking about. The rack itself is 6 by 6, or like so it's that X part is I'm sorry, 5.5, 66 by 66 inches. That roughly, I measured it before I came in here, that's like 8 feet by almost 10. But I understand, I agree with, you know, if it's tall, it's like 11 feet tall in total. There's a second location closer to, which would be the kayak launch, or like kayak launch. They're like porta potty over there. That's another good spot too. I mean, it's kind of out of the way. You can still see it. It's going to draw attention. I mean, aesthetically, it looks awesome. You're going to look like, what is that? And check it out. I mean, that's a benefit. But
Colors match the boardwalk.
Right. And having all the foot traffic by the boardwalk was, you know, kind of the idea. But yeah, so the second location, I mean, we kind of discussed that too. So that is up in the air. I mean, there's really not, we're not set. I mean, we'll go wherever everyone agrees, you know, that we're not trying to, you know, stir anything up or cause any problems. We're going to hopefully give it a try anywhere.
Alderman Rozak. I'm sorry,
No,
are you done?
Oh, well, here.
Okay.
So this, I know it's in the packet. I broke down kind of the, you know, a modest estimate revenue coming in. We chose the $20 amount. In other locations, they're doing a little bit more. We just want to be in conjunction with everybody else. City Beach, you know, Sherpers, that type of thing. We don't want to, you know, be gouging and say this thing's $10 an hour or put it up for $35 an hour. Kind of start with 20 and go from there. This would be, you know, a proposed, I guess you're going by weather once you get into October, but May to October, you know, roughly 23 weeks-ish, starting in Memorial Day weekend. And this is the kind of where the numbers fall. It's not by any means groundbreaking, but high water right out of the top, right from the transaction on the phone, takes their 20% ahead of time. And then everything else will be divvied up between the city and BLK. Just to answer in case there's any other questions, so the business provides, it would be me setting it up, tearing it down. It would be removed in you know, wintertime, obviously. The app does all the card capturing, payment processing, live support. So my number is right on the app. So if you're under that location, Fowler Lake location, the contact number is my direct cell phone, and it's got me, so they come to me first. More than likely, I'd be able to help. If I can't, High Water has a 24-hour customer service support team that would be able to do a lot more on their end with the locks and that type of thing. And then, you know, just a little bit, you know, of a background for myself. I hold myself to a super high standard. I mean, if you come look at my yard, you'd know. But, you know, I plan on waxing this thing and making this, you know, keeping it, you know, up to, you know, AAA standard and making it nice. I don't want it to be, you know, something that's not attractive for the city. But it's my every intent to kind of keep it up and make sure that it's working properly to the best of my ability. You can also, folks can reserve times. So if, you know, if they got a group coming in out of town, or, you know, whatever it might be, they're coming in for, you know, visiting, they can do, hey, on Saturday, let's go for 2 hours and let's try this out. You can do it ahead of time. It's there for them then, it's guaranteed. If they bail on the reservation, it just hits them like a 25% token fee, which is still a couple, you know, $5, $6, something like that. But other than that, to answer the insurance, we would carry a $2 million general liability policy. It's kind of in the mix. And that's it. Now I'm done.
Sorry. No problem. Alderman Rozak, I think you had a question?
Yeah, I do. So a couple things, and don't take anything personally. I'm not here to protect Sherpers. I'm not here to make sure your business is successful. However, the entire process that we went through with this decision was probably faulty. We rent other public spaces in the city. We rented to Buddy's Beach Bungalow for boat rentals on our city property. Buddy's, every 2 or 3 years, has to go through a bidding process with other companies, whether they're local, whether they're from Illinois, to rent the boats on the lake and use the city property. I don't understand how we got to this point where we only take one bidder and then tell that bidder after the Park and Rec meeting, it's a done deal, go buy this stuff. I don't know how we got here. I feel bad if it doesn't pass tonight that you purchase stuff. You should never have been told that. But I'm not here to protect Sherpers either. Sherpers can do what they want to do. Someone can come and bid to do this project. The other part of the history on this is, we talked about this in tourism 2 years ago. We talked about it again last year. I specifically told our tourism director, You should reach out to the local companies and see what they're willing to do and bid this out and do it somewhere. That apparently never happened. Our local company is concerned about where it's at. And I just, I have significant concerns about it. I think it sounds like a cool idea. I don't like how it's played out. I think it's an unfair process. We're gonna be using essentially city resources, city property, and giving it to one person, no offense to you, but to one group, without any bid, without anyone else coming in saying, hey, he'll do 15%, we'll do 20. That's what we did with Buddies. Buddies went head-to-head against another company that came in and they tried to outbid each other, said they were safer, they had more insurance, they had better drivers, they had better maintenance, they were gonna take care of the piers better, and there was a debate about it. There apparently here wasn't any debate at all. We picked somebody out of a hat or somebody that approached us and said, you're the guy, here's your spot, on city property. That's not right. So I'm gonna be opposed to it. If it were to pass, if it passes with or without my vote, I mean, it is what it is. I'm not gonna die on the hill. It's only for a year. It wouldn't be the end of the world. It can't go right there on the boardwalk, though. I think that's an absolute terrible spot for it. It's gotta go somewhere else off of the boardwalk. People renting them, dragging them over the boardwalk. That place gets so busy as it is on a nice summer day. People renting those boards there and crossing around and doing that. I also do, the smallest concern is somebody rents this thing with their dad's app and they leave it laying out on the side of the thing. Who gets it? You know, they call probably city staff, right? So there's gonna be some involvement in the city. So those are my concerns. Again, I think it's a cool idea. I don't like the way it's played out. I don't think it's proper. I hate that you would purchase something, but again, I'm not here to make you money. I'm not here to protect Sherpers or the other paddleboard company on the other side of the street. But those companies all should have had an opportunity to bid for this and give us the best product. Maybe there would have been better ideas. Maybe it would have made the city more money. So that's my position. I'm probably a no at this point.
So, and to the applicant, I just want to, from the city perspective, I want to apologize to you and to Sherpers and to any of the local businesses. To Alderman Rozak's comment, this process isn't how we normally do business, but there were a lot of things that happened and a lot of communication breakdowns. So that's a fact. I doubt that anybody told you to go ahead and buy anything, so hopefully that never happened. I do think that doing it for a year to test it, I don't see a whole lot of downside to doing that, but I have to make sure, I think we have to make sure, because we've had transition of personnel and things that have affected this for you and opportunities for others. So I just want to make sure that council realizes that those things are true. And we have an applicant in front of us that has gone through the process as he thought it was appropriate, because I've never met you. And you went through the appropriate process from what you were told, and because of how things kind of laid out, I'm sorry that it wasn't as smooth as it should have been. You have it in front of the council right now to either say, hey, let's give it a shot for a year and see how it works. I agree that I wouldn't put it right on the end of the boardwalk either. I like the other options. That's a personal bias. I do believe that paddleboards on Fowler are very different than paddleboards on LaBelle. There are a lot of different things that they can do, but they can get back and forth through the portage on the isthmus. So I think this is something that we have to consider, both the applicant, we have to consider the fairness of it. I would never agree to a 3-year contract on something like this because of the process and what happened. The question is, council members, do you want to move this forward for a 1-year trial? Alderman Mulder?
So maybe this question for Stan, I'm not sure. It sounds like there's somewhat broad agreement that the location that was proposed is not a location that people are that interested in. Can we, but we don't have a secondary location indicated to us, so I don't know what we would be voting on. Do we just amend it to a different position if that would be, or?
The agreement as it's set up right now would give the Parks Director the delegated authority to do that, which the Parks Director would have to answer to you if you guys are not happy. Sounds like you're not anyway.
Well, I think there's some other opportunities in that area. If you walk over there, I think there's an opportunity that still gives you exposure because it will pop out and see it. But I think that location you illustrated probably is too distracting.
Yeah, I mean, that was.
And you were very open to.
Months ago, that we were doing that. Yeah, we kind of found other spots.
Alderman Altman Cloth.
What is the age requirement for renting?
18.
How do you know that?
It's the first thing when you open the app, before you go to, if you hit rent now, there's a waiver, and that's question number one.
But if I was a 14-year-old girl and I had, you know, my own debit card and I have a cell phone with the app, I mean, you just put in the birth date, how they want to put the birth date in and, you know, fill it out. I mean, how do you don't do a
Right, there's,
process
I
to
mean,
verify that?
I guess you could
So
say
that's on
that
a trust system.
for a lot, yeah.
Because I
Yeah, I was
know-
gonna say, you could say that for a lot of things, but it's, you know, yeah, it's an honor system at that point.
But this is also an honor system that could be something with a little bit more
You
potential
could do that,
danger.
go into the Park and Rec and tell them you're
Well,
that
no, at
old.
the Park and Rec, you have to rent through one of the lifeguards. So you cannot get a board if you're under the age of 16, correct? At Park and Rec?
Correct. But you can lie, you can have a fake ID. I mean, there's all sorts of ways to
Well,
cheat the
But there's still
system.
a human contact where it's less likely
And that's true,
to
and that's
happen.
true,
So-
that's true.
Okay, that's all.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
I understand there's been some miscommunication and, you know, apologies to everybody who's been involved with that. But I still think that we should give this a shot for a year and then we come back next year and we go back out to what we've normally done, which is, you know, bring other opportunities in to bid for this or whatever else it is, so.
Mr. Sherper, do you want to make comment on that? You'll have to come to the, you have to come to the front. I'm sorry, it's just so it's on the record.
I would just like to say, I'm sorry, we've never met, but I would just like to say from like a business perspective, this is, again, not me trying to thwart another business. I think it's a great idea. I think honestly, for a one-year trial, as you said, I think it'll be a benefit to my business. So that's not what this is about. It was more having a conversation and kind of having a holistic view of what rentals look like in Oconomowoc. And to your point, just kind of going through that process, what's best for the city, what's best for the community members, and what we could do there. So I just very much want to say if it gets passed, there's no hard feelings on my end. Again, I think it'll be a good thing, so I just wanted to say that
Okay.
before the vote.
Thank you, Nate.
Thank you.
Any other questions from comments from council? Would anyone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve high water paddleboard kiosk agreement.
Second.
Sign it for 1 year.
Do we need to define that? Okay.
For one season.
Okay, so motion to approve high water paddleboard kiosk agreement for a term of 1 year and the location to be determined by the Park and Rec.
Well, as a point
Director.
of order, Karen,
Yes.
if you say for a year or it lasts 12 months, that technically would take him to May
Correct.
22nd of
Yeah,
next year.
should be
So-
just his
Well,
summer
just
season.
for his season that he has identified, what was it?
2024 season.
Might as well be 2024.
Right now, the way the
good-
contract reads is 12 months, so.
What was your number of
Terminate
weeks, Ryan?
October 1.
What was your,
23, like, it was May through, kind of depending on weather in October, so. third
May
week-
through what?
Through October.
Okay, well, let's just say May.
Do May
at the end of the
1st,
October.
May through
May
October
1st through
31st?
October 31st.
That's your,
Yep.
your motion. Everyone clear? You're still second, Alderman Ellis?
Second.
Any further questions, comments? Call roll, please.
Alderman Altman Cloth.
Nay.
Alderman Ellis.
Aye.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
Aye.
Alderman Mulder.
Nay.
Alderman Shellpepper.
No.
Alderman Maroney.
Aye.
Alderman Douglas.
Aye.
Alderman Rozak.
Nay.
So that is a tie vote. Mayor?
Aye.
And Mayor is a tiebreaker. And so it did pass.
So welcome, and if you can keep the communication, and very important that if you can come back to council.
Sure.
We want to see how it went. We don't have to know all your financials, but we do need to see how it's received in the community. And then work with Eric Betcher on a location, and then Eric will be 100% responsible for that, so. Sounds good?
So
Good discussion.
I would like to add that I want to see the city's paddleboard rentals as well, compared years prior. And
Good
to
idea.
see if we're
Good idea, yeah. Good. We can do some comparisons, yeah. I think it's a good trial period. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
On to our next item. We're going to move on to consider, we have 3 items that are all going to kind of come together. This one is consider act on the developer's agreement for the Paps Farms Boulevard. So the next three items, we're going to ask Attorney Riffle to lead us through. Attorney Riffle.
Well, it's really, B is kind of on its own and tied into C and D, at least as it relates to wingspan. And then C and D are really tied together. As you will recall, the history of Paps Farms development goes back decades. And back when it was first being developed on the Paps Farms Boulevard end, there was a design that was considered and approved by the city back then. And it really required a build-out that is far larger than what the build-out is right now. And at that time, Attorney Chapman had recommended that we allow for a lesser build-out than what was indicated on the plans at that point in time, because we really didn't know what the future would hold with regard to the full plan for Paps Farms. And that turned out to be very prescient, because the whole idea of a large-scale development of either big boxes or mall-type setting did not come to fruition for a lot of reasons, most being economic. But with the advent of the development that is under consideration now, you as a common council found it great wisdom to look at the current situation with regard to traffic warrants, required some additional traffic studies. We had additional traffic impact analysis, and we were presented with something that you concluded would mandate that we now require what was anticipated back then with minor tweaks to be put into place now. And when Wingspan came in, this council basically said, look, we're going to need that boulevard to be developed to what is required now for the traffic that will be in place before we would allow that development and some other developments that are in the hopper right now to get into place. So that prompted you to have me prepare the developer's agreement for Paps Farms Boulevard, which is a three-party agreement between Wingspan, Paps Farms, and the city that will essentially accomplish the build-out of the boulevard. There's a lot of moving parts in it. I don't really want to go into huge detail, but from a 40,000-foot view, you wanted that boulevard to be in place at a time when the development, at least in Wingspan, will be in place. And so that's what we accomplished with this developer's agreement. Are there any particular questions that I can answer with regard to the terms of the developer's agreement?
And for the public too, what we're trying to do is we have so much traffic on a Valley Road that wasn't designed to handle it, and we don't want to have that same problem on Paps Farm Boulevard. So I think that the teams of all three parties have worked well to try to put together a developer's agreement. I'd like to open up for conversations or questions for Attorney Riffle. Alderman Rozak.
Well, I don't know if this is a question for Attorney Riffle or not, or maybe for Mark or Jason. Why are we doing it in two phases? Why not just get the whole strip done and over with? I mean, that's going to be a real hassle for the folks that live around there.
Mark,
well, if I could.
Like me.
So if you look at the agreement, the two phases have to be completed at the same time. There's a deadline, December 31st, 2026, I believe. 25.
Oh, okay.
So
okay.
It's pretty quick.
Yeah. It was a concept that I thought was not going to end up like that, because I thought we wanted to make sure that we had the Wingspan frontage done for sure.
Right.
Before they, got really moving in their development with building structures. But at the end of the day, they want it all done, the whole thing, by the end of 2025. So it really,
It might be a phase, but you're saying once they're there with trucks and stuff, it's gonna get.
2025, December 31st, that's when it's got to be done.
And it's not, we're not using taxpayer dollars.
Yeah.
Or TID dollars.
Correct. I mean, we have the Nicholas Group and Wingspan that are paying for their portion, and the Paps Farms family that are paying for their portion.
But we don't know what their own,
What their deal is,
but
their
their
deal.
deal is their
but-
deal. They're jointly and severally responsible for getting that
Correct.
road done.
One other question I had, I'm not quite sure which one this is in. Well, this is part of the mixed use, I guess, traffic impact study, but it's got mentions about initial build for Capri in there. I mean, we've never approved Capri, so that was, they must have done the study with that in mind, kind of a use of that nature there? Okay.
We're building this to accommodate what hopefully the worst-case scenario could be for traffic.
We don't want to redo sewers like we just finished on the Oconomowoc Parkway. Other questions or comments? I'd like to entertain a motion.
Oh, so moved, Rozak.
Second, Maroney. Any further comments or questions?
Just a quick question. When
Yeah,
you
you bet.
presented this, you presented it for B, C, and D, correct? So was the motion for those three
This
or
is
just for B?
Just for B.
Okay, just
Yeah,
making
no,
sure.
thank you for the clarification. This is just item B. Call roll, please.
Alderman Altman-Cloth.
Aye.
Alderman Ellis.
Aye.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
Aye.
Alderman Mulder.
Aye.
Alderman Shellpepper.
Aye.
Alderman Maroney.
Aye.
Alderman Douglas.
Aye.
Alderman Rozak.
Aye.
Next up is consider act on the public access easement and maintenance agreement between the City of Oconomowoc and PAPS 59 LLC.
Well, I'm looking at our agenda, and C is incorporated into D. Because D says, consider act on developers agreement and the private access road for PAPS 59, which I would take to be also the access easement and maintenance agreement. But anyway, these have to be considered in concert. So.
Considered in concert but voted separately.
Okay, unless you want to
No,
combine them.
voted separately.
No, because the public access is an exhibit in the developer's agreement.
Right.
So we needed
We
it
have
to
to
be
do it
approved prior
Okay.
to.
Yep.
Anyway, the proposal from the developer on the Wingspan development is that they will have private roads in there. And with that, we need to make sure that they keep them maintained. And we have to make sure that they are available for the general use of the general public, because they provide for through traffic, through their area to, the connecting streets. And so essentially that public access easement and maintenance agreement was a requirement of this common council as consideration for the approval of the development. And so that's in place, protects us, makes them maintain it, makes them repair it, and if we see that they're not doing it, we have the right to go in and take care of any problems with regard to maintenance and put it, the cost on them. So that was what was directed by the common council, and that's what we put together.
Any questions or comments from council? I'd like to entertain a motion for item C.
So moved, Rozak.
Second, Altman-Cloth.
Any further questions or comments? Call roll.
Alderman Altman-Cloth.
Aye.
Alderman Ellis.
Aye.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
Aye.
Alderman Mulder.
Aye.
Alderman Shellpepper.
Aye.
Alderman Maroney.
Aye.
Alderman Douglas.
Aye.
Alderman Rozak.
Aye.
Any further comments on item D?
Well, D simply is pretty much our standard developers agreement relating to what we will require for public improvements as it relates to sanitary sewer, public water main, public storm sewer, and again, incorporating what you just approved in terms of the public access easement. There are a lot of private laterals, both sewer and water, that are in that particular development. The agreement articulates and delineates what's public, what's private. We get all of the dedications of what we need for purposes of accessing sanitary sewer, water, and storm sewer. But it is essentially your standard form developers agreement that's tailored a little bit, because this is a little bit of a unique, large-scale development where there's a lot of private aspects of laterals for both sewer and water. Also, obviously, electric is 100% owned by the city, and it covers the aspects of having the public electric in there, so.
Questions or comments from council?
Yeah, I do.
Alderman Rozak.
So there's a section, I think it's on page 174, and I believe this is the one we're on, about debris, section E, about cleaning up debris. What do we do? Do we have a section anywhere else in here, and I couldn't find it, that talks about dust during construction, like trying to get, spray water or keep dust down? We've had some of those issues in the past by me with folks, with things being built behind our subdivision and just a lot of dust. And there's easy solutions, you spray a little water, you do, some oil or whatever on it.
We have the standard language related to road issues where there are dust that gets onto the public right-of-way or any of their rights-of-way that allows us to tell them, clean it up, and if they don't, then we can go in and then we can do it ourselves and bill them for that. And in B.
Top of the page on 173.
No, in 169 too, contractors working on subject lands are required to clean up all mud, dirt, stone, or debris on the streets, end of each working day.
No, Mark's right. He's got street sweeping and dust suppression shall be done by developer upon regular basis.
Yeah.
So I think that probably covers it.
Yep.
Any other questions or comments?
You're right.
Well, I did have one other comment, Mayor, which is,
Please.
Stan can certainly stop me if I'm beyond what this, the ambit of this actual item would be, but I have had some concerns. I have expressed those to some of you guys, and also to city staff about the last architectural committee meeting where there was significant discussions about kind of the consistency and uniformity of the project. I don't know how that's being addressed. I know it was a 3-2 vote, and there were some significant concerns from 2 of the architectural commission members. I'm going to vote for the developers agreement tonight, but I would like some, I don't know, and maybe this is my last chance to just vote against the developers agreement if I don't like what I'm seeing, but what I'm hearing is we have 3 different architects with the 3 different kind of parts of the project, and that there's been some discussions about, well, we're going to build the first innovation center, but we don't know what the other 3 are going to look like, and that's not what was presented to us. And I understand what we saw was a general presentation, right? But it's also kind of a promise to the community of what we're voting for. Otherwise, we don't give PUDs, we don't give zoning changes unless it's, it's going to be semi-consistent with what we've seen. I don't know how we do that at this juncture. I don't know if there should have been something more done at an earlier juncture, or we should trust next going to architectural again in a final design review and then planning commission to get it right, because it doesn't come back to us. So this is like our last chance. So I am concerned. I don't know if Chris or if you have any comments to that or not. You were in the meeting with the architectural commission, right? Oh, you weren't there? Oh, okay. You did?
Mark,
come on
Mark,
up.
do you want to
Yeah,
make,
come on
Mark,
up.
do you want to make a comment first or no?
No, Chris.
Okay, Chris, go ahead. If you'd identify yourself.
Chris
please.
Coleman, with Chris Coleman with Wingspan Development. So I had the same report out of the committee or commission rather, that you had, that there was a vigorous, conversation, but ultimately it turned out to be a 3-2 in favor generally of our concept. And I think as it relates to the tech and innovation, that's a fair concern. And I think it was a little bit lost in language. I think our architect was trying to say that the buildings wouldn't be exactly the same, which happens sometimes in architecture when you're building the same building. You build it the first time, and then you realize that there's some things that you should change. And then when you build it next time, you make those changes. They would be minor changes. And in the resubmittal, he clarified that the spirit is that all of the buildings will look the same.
Have a similar feel.
Similar, yeah, substantially similar.
When was that submitted?
That was just submitted, Jason's not here, but that was just submitted Friday, maybe?
Yeah, maybe late last week.
Yeah.
I just, what I don't, the report I received from architectural was concerning to me, because I've been supportive of the project. And I called you and Nick Pop and Nicholas after the vote and congratulated you guys, said I'm 100% behind it, and I do, because I want it to be right. I don't want it to be Hackney House 2.0, and there's some concerns about that in my head. I'd like to see what the submittals are, but as long as you're up here telling us those things have been corrected, that you've taken some of those concerns to heart. I know it's still past the initial review 3-2, but you had 2 pretty strong minority votes on that. And I just don't, this is such a big project for the area. If the apartments start going up and it looks like Hackney House, and the second and third and fourth innovation center look like big white boxes, people are not gonna be happy. And, that doesn't ultimately come back to you guys. They'll say, well, Wingspan sucks, but it'll come back to us, right? We're the ones that hear it. And especially my district and my folks, and you're our neighbor, so.
And we're your neighbor. And I'll tell you something, Nick Papanikolaou is in the audience tonight. And one of the things that I think, have a unique appreciation for, doing so much work on the public side, is that if we make a commitment to a public body, we're gonna stand behind it. So we wanna look good, we want you to look good, and we want the community to be happy with the outcome.
So then tonight, would you commit to having everything have a uniform look, uniform feel, uniform materials? I mean, is that what the commitment is?
Do you mean within each?
Well, within the overall project. I mean, certainly some things are gonna look different, but,
Yeah.
we don't want something cheapened later on. That's kind of the report I
You
got
won't,
out.
yeah, you won't, it will be built with material composition that will endure. It'll be a design that will endure over time. And it's important, though, that for each use, it kind of stands on its own.
Sure.
Complementary, but individual. So you don't want a residential building to feel like in technology and innovation space, and vice versa.
Right.
You want people, the general public, to look at it and say, I know what that is.
So let me ask you, maybe more bluntly then, is the project we're getting and that's been resubmitted as of Friday similar to what was presented to us when we did the PUD and the zoning changes?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, with the exception of the color changes, which is one of the things that we talked about.
Grays and other
There's,
colors.
from the Architectural Commission, there were a lot of comments about the architectural detailing.
Okay.
Those have been incorporated. There was some conversations about with the technology and innovation buildings. There's, I don't know if you remember, but there's those very prominent corners.
Yes.
And there was a question regarding lifting the height of the corners even higher to get this is a little bit esoteric, but the plane of the roof of the corner above the plane of the roof, the main roof.
Yeah,
But that can't be done because then it's gonna look like a tower.
Well, the way you
So-
guys proposed it in the presentation, I thought looked fine, so.
Yeah, then if you liked it in the presentation.
Yeah,
you'll
I
like
don't think it needs to go above the roof line.
Yeah,
I
you'll like
don't know why you'd want to do that anyway. Structurally, it doesn't make sense, but, well, I appreciate that. I mean, I think I wanted that clarity. I'm going to try to get my hands on a copy of the resubmittal. If I have further questions, I'll reach out to you guys, but it sounds like you guys heard some of those concerns.
We did, and when we make our presentation the second time around, we're gonna very clearly display, this is what you identified, this is what we did.
Okay.
The other option you have too is to go to the next Architectural and Plan Commission, if you'd like to.
Yeah.
I did have discussions with Chris about this because I was at that architectural meeting. I couldn't stay the whole time because it ran long for Plan Commission, but it was confusing, so I can understand why some of this was presented in this way, but I'm confident based on what they've shared that they're gonna meet the needs that we want. And the only thing I haven't seen is the color change for those units, which I'd like to see just personally and maybe share with the council, because I like that idea.
Can we have Nick? I mean, it looks like Nick wanted to say something.
Yeah, just a few comments. Good evening, Nick Nicholas, Wingspan. You know, for all the projects that our family's, you know, been involved with, whether it's in Illinois, Wisconsin, Florida, I think every municipality would say, you know, we tend to overbuild to the market. That's kind of our family style. We're building for life here, and these are legacy-type assets for our family. I think if you were to poll any broker on any one of the components within our proposed project, they would probably say we're definitely overbuilding for the market. On the technology side, this will not be painted precast. This will not be plain Jane. We're adding mass timber components that have a ton of architectural character to it. The multifamily the same, and then carrying forward to the retail. I think there was a comment made at the ARC review about 3 different architects, and that was done specifically on purpose because each one of those guys is specialists in that area of work. We don't want a technology guy designing the retail. We don't want the retail guy designing the multifamily. Each one of those design partners was brought to the table as really an all-star cast for our team. So I could assure you that like the architecture, the detail is going to be very enhanced, and when people come to see the final product, they're gonna be like, wow, set that as the new standard for all your future projects, because it is that nice, so.
Well, Nick, I really appreciate you coming.
Thanks.
I mean, it's really good to hear that. It's, you know, like I said, I talked to you right after the vote and congratulated you guys. I want to be 100% behind you. Obviously, I have pressures out by me. I'm meeting with 150 people tomorrow in the crossings and a couple of the other subdivisions out there about everything going on. The new boulevard, the project, you know, everything out there. So it's good to hear that because I can relay that to those folks because those are the ones that present concerns to me. So,
Absolutely. Happy to ever answer a question or participate, so thank you.
Yep, sounds good.
Thank you. Any further questions? I'd like to entertain a motion, please.
Rozek, so moved.
Second.
Any further questions or comments? Call roll, please.
Alderman Altman-Cloth.
Aye.
Alderman Ellis.
Aye.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
Aye.
Alderman Mulder.
Aye.
Alderman Shell Pepper.
Aye.
Alderman Maroney.
Aye.
Alderman Douglas.
Aye.
Alderman Rozak.
Aye.
On to item E, consider the resolution 24-R3201 awarding the Lac La Belle boat launch construction contract. Mr. Betcher, gentlemen that have come, thank you so much for coming. Safe drives home. Careful of the weather.
Okay, thank you. Just to get started here, kind of give you a visual that's going to pop up. So, boat launch. This has been a long time coming. We've been planning this for several years. This involves the city and 3 other entities, the Lac La Belle Management District, Town of Oconomowoc, and the Village of Lac La Belle. So, as you know, we did receive a WDNR grant for this for $1,020,000 as part of this project. This will help, as you can see it by the footprint, expand the launch quite a bit. It's going to add trailer parking. It unfortunately will take away some parking, but it will expand it and make the boat launch much safer and is much needed. In your packet tonight, you kind of see a couple of different things. First off, note that this plan does also include a building that we'll be bringing back to council at a future date. This would include a lifeguard stand, or a staff room, concession area, and restrooms that are ADA accessible. As far as the launch, or the bid packet that went out, we did get 5 bids for this project. The low bid was Yankee General Contractors at $2,269,803, and the bids went as high as $2,874,000. $6.60. So we did get 5 bids, which was really good to see, and we were very happy with Yankee's bid. The total construction cost will include the base bid of that $2,269,803, along with a 15% contingency of $340,471 for a net amount of $2,610,274. The 15% contingency is a little bit higher than normal, but with this project, you have dredging and a lot of other aspects of this project that could cost more, so we wanted to make sure we were safe. As far as the financial impact, again, it's the $1,020,000 from the DNR. We've also asked from the other three groups for $275,000, which is 10% of the project cost. On Tuesday, May 14th, the Lake Management District did, they need to vote in August, but they were all supportive of the project. And we did find out today that the town board approved costs not to exceed $275,000. Right now, the village of Lac La Belle is offering to provide $50,000 towards the project. So the total estimated project cost is $2,873,254. The city would pay $1 million upfront, or cover $1 million of that. The three other towns would contribute the $272,418 at this point, which is 15% of that, or 10% of the total project. And then the city would be responsible for anything that went above that. The village did approve on 5/15/2024, $50,000 for this. So with that, I will answer any questions. Otherwise, we're looking at asking approval of Resolution 24R3201, approval of the Lac La Belle boat launch project.
I'd like to leave it open for comments or questions for Mr. Betcher. Alderman Ellis.
Why is the village only 50?
It's a great question.
That is a good question.
So all along, they felt that we should be dividing the cost based on equalized value. And we're so much larger than they are. They weren't looking at the value and what the boat launch brings to their residents. And so they didn't feel that just dividing up the cost the way we were, with 70% coming from the city and their grant, and then just 10% from each of the others. So their $50,000 number was based on that they're about 1.7% of what our value is.
So if we approve it, I don't know if we will, but if we approve it, are they locked in at the 50? And that means they don't need to put any more in?
Always ask for more.
We can always ask for more, and they may be willing to give more, but at this point in time, they've made a commitment to $50,000, and our ask was $275,000. Alderman Alderman Shellpepper, you had your hand up first.
I think it's interesting, they're talking about the equalized value. When you look at some of the, when we're talking about the village of Lac La Belle here, and you're looking at some of the statistics that actually matter. I'm looking at page 229 of the packet. We're looking at the number of parcels on La Belle. The city has 134, the town has 152, the village has 101. The feet of shoreline, the city has 17,000, the town has 23,000, the village has 12,000. I mean, so, the Lake Management District coming forward in good faith effort, the town of Oconomowoc coming forward in a good faith effort, the city coming together. This is a regional lake country area project that's going to benefit more than just the city. I mean, it's going to reduce the flooding, it's going to make it a safer area. It's going to have the boat preparation areas to allow for better access. These are all assets and resources that more than just the people in the city use. And for that matter, a lot of the people who live in the city don't use it at all. I mean, the people who live in the village of La Belle all live on the lake, basically. They're putting their piers in and out, they're taking their boats in and out. When their families and friends are coming to visit with their boats, they're using it. So for them to kind of just, say, well, hey, you've got more equalized value, I think that's shameful. And I hope that, their constituents, I hope, we do something. I hope, the enterprise, when they watch this tomorrow, whenever they're going to do that, make sure that they note that, we're all being team players here except one municipality. And, if we got to bear and grit our teeth, I mean, obviously, in my perspective, this is an incredibly important project that we need to move forward, but it sure would send a strong signal to everybody if we were, working together on this. And all the other entities are, except the village.
Alderman Rozak.
I mean, yeah, well said, Chaz. It is shameful. They've got a lot of houses on the lake. They use it regularly. I'm not on the lake. I don't use the boat launch regularly to launch my boat or to get to my house or to come downtown and tie up to one of the piers that we maintain. The city's taken the lead in this entire project through the engineering, through the grant writing, through all the work, and we're asking for a pretty simple contribution. It's sad. I'm very happy to see the town's vote. I think that was a stand-up maneuver on their part, and we truly appreciate it. So if any of those folks are watching, thank you for being good partners and not shunning your responsibilities. I do have a couple other more specific questions, though. How are we funding our million? Where are we funding our million, and then any of the overages? Is that?
That's what we're going to have to decide, and we have the different funding vehicles that we can use.
Okay, so this is just voting for the number, but not the funding today?
Correct.
Okay. So our project estimate was 2.8, but the resolution's only for the 2.6, correct?
That's correct.
So.
The other part is construction management, which we'll have to come back for.
Oh, the rest of it's, so there'll be a construction management number on top of this 2.6?
Correct, yes, which we'll bring back.
Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't say we're locked in. We're moving ahead, but the Lake District hasn't made their vote yet. That is coming up in August. I think they were supportive, but it's a little risky to do it now, but I think we need to start moving ahead, so.
Well, I think what council has to realize is if we move this forward to do this calendar year, we're taking the risk because we didn't get the support from the Village of Lac La Belle, which is, you said you've used words like shameful and different. I'm just incredibly disappointed, just incredibly disappointed. And this project is not like funding a resource everybody uses. This is not like funding the police, the fire department, the school system. This is a finite area that's used primarily by the people that live on it, which we're happy to support, and our members, our residents of the city. But cost sharing this, I'm really proud of what Eric and what Craig before him and what our team has done to try to come up with a way that we thought was fair for everyone and to make sure that we mitigated any other entity's risks. Because the way it was set up is that if we went over for something nobody could predict, the city was going to cover that. If we did this project and it came under budget, that amount under budget would go to the other three entities if they all contributed $275,000, not to exceed. So I think we did it in a really good faith effort, and I'm confident in the water district, but it still is a risk, and that's what you need to understand. We also have the risk that prices are going to go up. And and we have a grant in place, so if we decide we don't want to do this or we want to postpone it, then we are basically not going to be able to do it this calendar year.
Okay. To that point, I mean, that's all extremely accurate. Just so we're clear with the risk, because LaBelle's probably not going to put more money in, and then if the Lake District for some reason just goes haywire and doesn't contribute their 275, we're down about 500 grand. So that's significant, but I also think if this project were to have come to us and we said, we're going to put $1 million in plus, this extra amount of money to redo a boat launch, this is a huge project that's going to last a generation plus, 50, 60-year project, right? If not longer, help us keep the lakes clean. And we said we were going to have to put another 500 grand in, I think we probably would have voted for that, regardless.
Yep.
So that doesn't get anyone off the hook.
No.
I think we should continue to pressure the village, and I think we need to make sure a bunch of us go to the Lake District Management meeting. All of us, as a council, should show up at that meeting in August and make sure that we say, hey, we did our part, we are hoping for you to do your part.
Well, and it affects the lakes, you guys. All of this whole boat launch will help our lake and the runoff, so there are a lot of positive aspects to it. I'm still incredibly frustrated that we have one entity willing to pay 1.76% of the boat launch. They haven't paid a dime in 50 years. Community and the public needs to know that. A lot of good people there. I'm not trying to attack individuals or people, but this is a specialty project that it's incredibly disappointing. I mean, we're paying 20 times as much as the village. 20 times.
You don't get
Have-
rich by giving people your money, Mayor.
What's that?
You don't get rich by giving other people your money.
Correct, correct.
That's how you
Very
get a
well
lake house.
said. But Alderman Spiegelberg.
We're paying 20 times as much, and yet they're using it probably 20 times plus more than we are. Yes, there's a risk both ways. I think there's a greater risk holding off, and that is the increasing costs, potentially losing the grant. You know, we're doing the right thing. We're gonna, in good faith, hope that the LaBelle Management District is gonna come forward in August, maybe keep working on Lac LaBelle. But in the end, we're doing the right thing, and we're gonna be happy that we did this now versus putting it off.
And remember too, and we need to share it, is that the town of Oconomowoc came to the plate and are in support of it.
Yep.
They own approximate little over 40% of the frontage on the lake, and they're on board, and they've been extremely good to work with. So hats off to them. Any other questions or comments? I'd like to Alderman Moroni.
I just want to say that, Rosick, it's a great idea. We should all show up in August for that meeting, if anybody can make it, you know, as a group, just to support, you know,
Yeah,
what we stand for.
As support and gratitude, really. You know.
I'd like to entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Any further questions or comments? Call roll, please.
Alderman Altman Cloth.
Aye.
Alderman Ellis.
Aye.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
Aye.
Alderman Mulder.
Aye.
Alderman Shellpepper.
Aye.
Alderman Maroney.
Aye.
Alderman Douglas.
Aye.
Alderman Rozak.
Aye.
Thank you. Let's move on. Thank you, Eric. Mr. Fry, next up is
Rockwell.
consider act on Resolution 24-R3202 awarding the John and Lavinia Rockwell Park additional design services contract. Mr. Fry.
So this is the memorandum that you have in your packet tonight. I'm just going to kind of highlight some of the items that are in there. The boat launch. Let's get past that one, huh? Rockwell Park project's been going on, you know, since early 2021. You guys all know the history that there was proposed condos there. There was a lawsuit, settled a lawsuit. They said if you come up with 1.35 million, we'll let you have the land. The residents and public went out and raised that money in record time. And we've been slowly working at trying to develop the park and complete it since then. As of right now, we've gotten through the first phase, which was all of the shoreline, some of the grading, mainly the north half of the park. And we went in and had a design ready to go and bid for phase 2 of the project. And bids just came in high. You know, we've been seeing it quite a bit on other things, but the bids came in at, you know, roughly 1.65 million. We were thinking that should have been in the 1.1 to the 1.2 million. And talked with contractors, industry professionals, and said, it's too much. You know, we need to bring this number down because we weren't going to bring that number to the council and ask them to approve that. So in discussions with them, in the memo, there's a spreadsheet where we looked and figured potential savings by doing some of the changes. The big thing right now is the restrooms are buried in. What's up with his mouse? The restrooms are buried underneath into the side of the hill. We really like this design because it kept the park clean. Oh. But you're a parks guy, not IT. It's still messed up. But the restrooms are buried under this area right here, and you can see where the doors are. And in order to accomplish that, we then had to raise the grade. We ended up with stairway coming up in this area, and that needed railings. We've got railings all the way across. Added a lot of extra costs to the roof area and the venting of the restrooms. And these were all things that people came and said, you can pull these things out and still have a really nice park. So what we looked at doing was taking the restrooms and taking them out of inside the hill and putting them at grade, going to a precast restroom that comes one piece. Putting the restrooms at grade and doing the precast is about a $252,000 projected savings. By taking those restrooms out, we can get rid of a lot of this retaining wall and lower that down, and that was projected to be about an $80,000 savings. The handrails and stair rails that, I had talked about, that's another $145,000. And then we had this shade structure right here. We looked to go to more of a gazebo type, and that was going to provide us about $100,000 in savings. So overall, we're looking at, if we're able to rebid this, we're calculating that the bids should come in at least $577,000 lower. There's a few other ideas that we're looking at that could also help add some potential savings, but the item tonight is that in order to accomplish this, because of the significance of the changes that we're looking at, is we need to go back and have the design engineer pretty much touch every plan sheet, upgrade that, the spec books, and then rebid it. And so that's at a cost that is not to exceed $25,000. So that's the ask tonight. In order to do that, get the project bid, in talking with the design engineer, we figured that we would be back on July 2nd with construction bids. And at that time, we'll know exactly where this has gotten us.
And some of the images you see are just concept ideas. There's still a lot of work that needs to be done. And really, we have to do the grade to do it regardless. And then this would come back to council. And if we don't have the money, or if we request money, if anything happens, then you have the ability at that time to remove things, keep things, do what you want to do. But we have to get back. I mean, we've gone through this process extensively, but we can't find any other way other than some of these major changes. And you still may remove some things in July, but we don't know yet.
This is what
till we get the bids out.
Yeah, this is what the shade structure was going to look like.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it was a fairly expensive item.
Yeah.
That's shocking.
It was
I would think
ridiculous.
a gazebo would
Is
be
that what
more.
we
I
always
have a
heard
question.
referred to as the front porch?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes. So,
As I mentioned, the item tonight is, we're asking for approval to spend up to a not to exceed $25,000 to change the drawings to incorporate the items that I've spoke about, and get the project rebid, and then come back here, hopefully beginning of July with construction bids.
and our hope is that wherever we are, whatever money we have, whatever the council decides, then we move forward to try to complete this project. It's been going on a long time, but it's been beneficial to go on. We got the additional DNR grant. But there's still, you have a ton of control once this thing comes out, but we have to have the different plans. And we tried to look at different ways to decrease the engineering costs, and we were not able to. But we do have the SEH team on alert that they're going to jump on this right away, so we can try to meet our timeline to hopefully have this thing completed this year, early into next year.
Matter of fact, we have a meeting with them on Friday to go over
You do?
ideas.
Okay, good. Yeah. Alderman Cloth.
So I have two things. The first one I wanted to bring up, last year on August 30th, 2023, we received an email, the council and Mayor Magnus, from H. Patricia Hero. I'm not going to read the whole thing. There's just a couple parts I'd like to highlight. She starts out her letter. She says, "My father-in-law, Joseph Hero, was a Lebanese immigrant. He would often walk from his tavern on North Main Street to the waterfall and declare the view was better than Switzerland. He referred to Oconomowoc as heaven on earth throughout his life. The grading work at Rockwell Park is wonderful. The additional kayak launches and walkways for wheelchair and stroller accessibility, and the park will be perfect and complete. I have long said that this park should look like Old Oconomowoc with lots of grass and very little less. Prior designs have strived for landscape architect awards and various man-made objects installed throughout the park. That was never my vision. I am in awe by the number of Oconomowoc residents, both old and new, who contributed to make this park happen. I hope they feel the love for it and don't need to have a named bench or board to say so. Finally, I am thrilled with this beautiful piece of land is available to all. Let's keep it as God made it, green with beautiful views. As my father used to say, it's plenty good enough. I just want, the few people out there watching to realize that, this woman did take the time to write this letter and send it to us. Now, this park started before my time on council, but it was always explained to me as just to be a passive park, that, it wasn't supposed to be anything big, kind of as she puts in there. The other thing too, and I've said this several times, and I will fight this till the end, I'm not in favor of that turnaround. Anything that increases traffic on the isthmus, when we have so many people that walk by that lake, or walk around the lake and walk by there, just why we would create traffic there, to me, is just completely irresponsible, and I've said it several times. I said it to Craig when he was here. I don't know if Eric has had to listen to me yet on it, but why we don't just have like a bump in like we have in front of the community center. Another alderman had brought up to me something about the speed of traffic, that maybe the speeds are different. I asked Chief today, what's the speed limit on the isthmus? 25. What's the speed limit in front of city or community center? 25. So that's not an issue. And then lastly, is there, and I had asked this question a few times and nobody has ever given me a good answer on it, or really kind of even taken the time to answer the question, to be quite honest. Is the grant tied to us doing any certain features? Or, do we lose the grant if we don't do certain accessibility type things?
So, and Eric can correct me if I misspeak, but the second grant, the $335,000, was specifically with ADA restrooms and ADA access to the shade structure.
So if we didn't do the bathrooms, but we still had ADA access to the structure, do we still get the full amount of that grant, or is it one or the other?
I didn't hear the first part of your question.
So you had said that the ADA part was with bathrooms and access to the shade structure.
Correct.
Do we have to have both, or if we just have one, we're in compliance for the grant?
Those were monies that were identified in the grant to come up at the total that we had requested. So we would have to go back, if we weren't gonna do something, we would have to go back and let them know that this part of the project's not going to be in there, and discuss how they wanna handle it going forward. I'm not gonna guarantee one way or the other how that would turn out.
Alderman
That's all I
Mulder.
got.
So, we're getting philosophical here, but, so I was, my story for tonight that I'll tell.
What was that?
So the story I'll tell for tonight. I was in New York this last week and spent 2 hours walking through Central Park, which is widely regarded as the greatest park in the
I
world.
was just there two
Right.
months ago, I think.
And would you consider that a passive park, by and large? Let me rephrase that.
Yeah.
Much of it is a passive park with just savannas and places of grass. So I was researching it. There was more gunpowder used to build that park than at Gettysburg. That's how much blasting they did to make that passive park a passive park. So I just discount the idea that what is there has to remain exactly as it is to become a passive park. We don't need swings, nobody wants any of that, but to think that it's just gonna be this grassy knoll with no bathrooms and a pullout, and people are gonna use that in a meaningful way that respects the donation of the family and all the hard work and the donations the community has. I just don't, it needs to be more than that. It doesn't have to be an active park, but a passive park is not just a piece of grass that's gonna dry out in the middle of summer and not get used beyond fireworks and parade boats. So I think we just need a vision that honors the family's wishes of what they donated, but still, elevates that for the whole city to what it could be, which is more than just a grassy knoll.
Well, and we have to also remember there's more than just one family that's contributed.
Sure.
And the one family contributed to the property next to the dam. and we've worked really, really hard to keep that. There's gardens that are going in there, things like that, and to try to keep it open as possible. We also looked at it, and we had a boardwalk along all there that we pulled out because I said, hey, we want to keep more of the grassy area. So there's no boardwalk from the flagpole down to the kayak area. You also have over 1,200 donations coming into that for the whole other part of it as well. So our goal is to try to get this to completion, to bring it to you, and then you make a final decision. And there's still a lot of work that needs to be done, but if we don't have the Corps engineer, you're gonna have to have the Corps engineering regardless. It's gotta be done. And so whether we don't have the drop-off or we don't have the bathrooms, then we deal with those numbers and what the effect is. But it would be nice to get this completed. We have funding. They're still doing fundraising out there. There is more fundraising verbally committed, but I'm not going to talk about hypotheticals until cash is in the bank. And the fundraising group is still trying to raise money to try to complete this in that fashion. So it's up to you guys, but it's kind of at a pivotal point to if we really want to complete this or do nothing. Yeah.
I think it's a no-brainer that we spend $25,000 to redesign this to save $500,000, and then some of those other elements we can talk about when this next design comes back. So I'd like to make a motion to adopt Resolution 24-R3202.
Second.
Any further questions or comments?
Yeah, I just had one.
Alderman Rozak?
Yeah, my understanding is this is just for the engineering tonight to kind of re-engineer. I was on I'll be honest with you, I was on the fence with the bathrooms when they were like kind of hidden. I'm way probably over the fence now on bathrooms that are sticking out in a prefab structure there in this park. So, you know, I also am not a huge fan of the big gazebo. I think it looks, you know, at least what we've seen so far, blah. It'd be nice to see some other ideas there, but
And there will be more ideas because those are just things.
I mean, that's good. So we're just approving that. We're gonna get the à la carte options in July of all the things that we kind of need to kind of check boxes on and take votes on that we don't like or do like as a council. And that's gonna be a tough project, I think, for us to argue those things out. And that's probably the right time to do it. But hopefully we see some different views and different looks. I also want to know when this comes back to us, are we keeping the other little structure and the other gazebo? And then are we adding another gazebo and another bathroom structure? Are those things coming, going, staying? You know, that's gonna affect, do I wanna have 4 buildings on that site or not?
It's too much, yeah.
I just had one more point that I forgot to mention. My husband and I were out walking, this was probably about a month or 2 ago, and we were shocked to find that the garage was open. We could get inside.
Did you
So-
go inside?
What was in there?
Nothing. I mean, it was just empty. No, I mean, it was just empty. I mean, and we did go inside. We were kind of nosy, like, what is this? But, I mean, it did bring up the question, like, why do we even have this? I mean, it's,
Well, I think that
I mean,
the
I think the
question of the
PD,
garage
can I
will
finish?
come up
I
too.
just, in my opinion, I think that garage needs to come down.
Yeah.
It blocks views to the lake. It doesn't serve a purpose other than, well, it could keep Pfister and his guys really busy. So,
But I think all of those things will come to
Yeah,
that meeting
yeah.
where we try to make a decision.
Yeah.
But also, we didn't want to take things down or do things until we had a plan.
Good, yep.
So, yeah. Can you check on that lacking, Eric? Okay, good. So we have a motion and a second. Any further questions or comments? If you'd call roll, please.
Alderman Altman-Cloth,
nay.
Alderman Ellis,
Aye.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
Aye.
Alderman Mulder.
Aye.
Alderman Shellpepper.
Aye.
Alderman Maroney.
Aye.
Alderman Douglas.
Aye.
Alderman Rozak.
Aye.
Next up is consider act on resolution 24-R3195, approving the appointment of the official newspaper, city newspaper for 2024-25. Ms. Conan.
Thank you, Mayor. The city received 2 bids. We received for a bid from our current official newspaper, The Enterprise, and a bid from Journal Sentinel, also known as Gannett, and that was formerly The Focus. The low bid was from The Enterprise, and it publishes on Thursdays, and the deadline for, staff getting the publications to them is Monday. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed with their formatting or anything like that. So I do recommend going with the Enterprise for our official newspaper.
Like any open questions or comments for Ms. Conan? Like to entertain a motion?
Moved Altman Cloth.
Second.
Any further questions? Call roll, please.
Alderman Altman Cloth.
Aye.
Alderman Ellis.
Aye.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
Aye.
Alderman Mulder.
Aye.
Alderman Shellpepper.
Aye.
Alderman Maroney.
Aye.
Alderman Douglas.
Aye.
Alderman Rozak.
Aye.
With no staff reports, do we have any comments from aldermen?
Yeah, I got a quick one. Mayor, I know
Alderman
it's been a long
Shellpepper.
night. I'm sorry to make you all, another couple minutes, but obviously Monday's Memorial Day, so I want to take the opportunity to, recognize the members of the armed forces who, gave their lives in sacrifice of our nation. Last week was Police Week and Peace Officers Memorial Day, so I also want to recognize that. And specifically, I think Officer Peter Jerving from the Milwaukee Police Department, it's a name I've heard a lot over the last year, and so he's somebody I've certainly thought about a lot over the past few days and will continue to do so. And he's someone who was killed in the line of duty last year protecting maybe not one of his blood brothers, but certainly one of his brothers. And so his sacrifice is remembered by my family. So that's all. Thank you for the time.
Well said. Any other comments? With no further comments from the mayor, have a wonderful holiday weekend and remembrance, and I'd like to entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All in favor?